bitches.
Make the ground shake.
No throwing money. But also no stealing the brain cell, man. Also guys, if you go look at the IRL channel on my Discord, I was trying to take a cute picture of Sky because he was like sleeping behind Ray's chair and I was like, oh, sleepy baby. I swear this dog has like a sixth sense for cameras because the second I started taking pictures he lifts his head and I'm like, fuck. Alright, so... First of all, welcome. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, Mal. Good morning, Joggin. Joggin is supposed to be sleeping though. I hope he is sleeping. Good afternoon, Mao Mao. I was supposed to study Japanese today, but honestly I don't have the spoons for it. Here's Dogin. Dogin is supposed to be asleep. It looks like a meme template. Yeah, Sky is a meme template. My friend. I'm only your friend. There was an in-between pic as well where his eyes are just slightly open. And he's like, what is this bitch doing? I was just trigger happy and I was snapping pictures. Existential crisis in the third picture I just posted. Only yours? Okay. We can study Japanese together. Maybe not today, JJ, but in future we can definitely. If you want to do like a stream. My Japanese is very poo-poo. I'm only really studying vocabulary at the moment. I'm doing the N5 vocabulary, like studying the new words, but also the kanji. So I don't know what level you are. My sister's one of those weird multilingual people. I'm very jealous. I think it's very nice to... Why am I still sitting on the starting screen? What the fuck? Sorry, guys. I don't know why I was sitting there anyway. Because we're sitting here having a fucking chat. Oh, and Mandarin? That's actually really cool. I don't have the spoons for it at the moment though, because of all the sky stuff. So I'm just taking it easy. Hi Papa T, how are you? I also don't know, I think it's just like stress and stuff. But like, I've been trying the whole day to relax my jaw. My psychologist gave me a few suggestions. And I'm trying to do those things, but it doesn't seem to be helping. I don't know what's wrong with my brain. Well, actually, I lie. I know exactly what's wrong with my brain. I'm on medicines for my brain, but it's still doing the dumbs. So, my jaw is a bit sore. I'm also a bit tired. So I was gonna study today, but I just, like I said, I don't have the spoons for it. So we're just gonna take it easy. My power is currently out until like 2:30-ish, question mark. So I'm gonna be playing Warframe when it's back. Cause for whatever reason, Ray was like, hey, we should play Warframe. And I was like, oh, let's go. I haven't played Warframe in ages. I have so much to do. A BD for the brain juice. Thank you, JJ. I did ask before, but it's okay if I call you JJ, right? Going to be boss man stuff and boss people around, aka I'm a bully Mal. He does need a little bullying sometimes. Meds keep the brain juices functioning. Exactly. Good in the hood? Hope you're good in the hood. I'm doing okay, Puppety. Your power's going out at 2? Oh man. The times, man. The times suck. Mao does need bullying sometimes. When you blink, the ears blink. The ear wiggle. I love it. It's why I'm using... So this is in VTube Studio. It has a cute little... like ear wiggle. The other models I have don't do that, so I have the VTuber kit one where if I just move my head the ears will jiggle, but it's not like set to wiggle on like blink or whatever. And then I don't think the Vroid ones wiggle much. I have no idea actually. I haven't used the Vroid one in so long. This country hurts my mental health. Yeah, it's hurting everyone's mental health. And I think a lot of people don't seem to realize that it is actually having like a profound effect on us, because we're constantly like in this, I want to say almost like a state of tension, as like, oh, okay, well, I have this many hours with power on, I need to do this many things, or I need to plan my day around it every single day. You can't leave something too late. Like I tried to wash some blankets for Sky today because he's a stinky boy. And yeah, so I didn't put it in early enough, and now it's gonna sit there because our washing machine locks itself. So it's locked in there now. I don't know if it unlocks when the power's off, but I want it to finish the wash cycle just so there's no like soap or anything left in it. So yeah, that kind of sucks. At least our dishwasher is smart, so if it stops, it'll just pick up back later. I think the washing machine does that as well. It's a little bit smart. Smarter than me, because Lord knows I'm going to forget I even put it in there, and then I'm going to come back tomorrow and be like, oh shit, I put that in the washing machine. Every time. And the worst part is, I'll like... You know how Samsung washing machines have that little song? Yeah, I will dance, I will sing along with the song, but I will not register that it is the washing machine telling me it's done. I'm just like, oh, there's music. I hate my brain for that. Makes things a little bit difficult. Did I set the category right? I think it should just be on just chatting. It is just chatting. Okay, cool. I just had to check because I wasn't sure. Bully Mao. I bully Mao all the time. Imagine being smart. I cannot. Smarter than your than your average washing machine. Me or the washing machine? Wash the same load 3 days in a row. Papa T, I'm so glad it's not me. It's not only just me and Ray, because we do that. I feel bad, like, you know. We should just be adults and we should just remember these things, but nay. Not happening. The brain just no worky, you know? Thank God I haven't burnt down the house, actually. I'm pretty bad with cooking as well, because I'll walk out of the kitchen to, like, go and grab my phone or to do something else, and then I forget I'm cooking. Oh, shit! Tiki wing! My song's not playing because the things are broken, but welcome, Raiders! Tiki wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Sorry for the scuffed raid song. I know that Stream Elements is being a little bit of a shit at the moment, but apparently so are my sound alerts. But yes, Mama Hailstorm, thank you so much for the raid! And how was your stream? I just want to do quick shouty outy just to see what you're doing. Oh, Stream Raiders! Ah, Hailstorm, have you played the new game? What is it called? Nitro Stream Racing. Well, Stream Elements work there. I don't know. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's so much fun. There we go. Alright guys, you know the drill. At the top of the chat, there is a little heart. Join us in following Hailstorm. She is lovely. Oh my, what a wonderful person. She does art. She plays Stream Raiders. Oh, you have played it. Oh, it's such a fun game. Yeah, and she's just a wonderful person. So please join me in making that. Well, I mean, my heart's already green, but you know, boop that heart. Make it green and beautiful. Please and thank you. But yes, welcome to all the raiders as well. Thank you so much for everyone who came through on the raid. We got Sassy Dragoness, Asa, hi Asa, Lady Proxy. Welcome. I hope you guys had a wonderful time with Mama Hailstorm. Lurking, no worries, Asa. Please have a wonderful day. I hope work goes well. But yeah, it's lovely to have you all. For the moment, I'm just chatting because my power is technically off. And the game I want to play is a little bit power intense. So I don't want it to obliterate my inverter. So we're just chatting shit for a little bit. And then we're going to be jumping into Warframe, actually. Hi, Jersey! Welcome! Welcome. Late to the party? No worries. As I always say, a wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. So, you know, you're here. That's what matters. It's all good in the hood. But how is everybody? Did you guys have a fun time with Hailstorm? Did you beat all the things? I haven't played Stream Raiders, God, in so long. SMH being late? Yeah. Dan, why are you late, man? Come on. How could you be late? Even I saw Hooded pop the message earlier as well. Hooded is also late. Shame on you. Shame on you guys. You're passing out? Go sleepies. Go sleepies, JJ. Hi, I'm late too. I'm Dad. Yes, JJ, please go sleepies. Have good sleepies. Late gang. Rather late than never. That's also true. I always say that because, like, some people are like, oh, I'm late. And I'm like, it's fine. You're here. That's what matters. You know? It's okay. You're gonna make that joke again? Yeah? The dad joke? Or... Also, if you see me randomly opening my mouth but not saying anything, I'm not muted. My jaw just hurts. And I don't know why. It's actually his birthday today. Your dad's birthday? Tato has the cutest voice ever. No! JJ, I know you're sleepy, but you don't have to tell lies. Get out of here. Be gone. Go sleep. Tell me how to spell the way you say Om Dam City. I mean, you were pretty close. I was just messing with you. I think you were just missing... You added a letter and you were missing one. Om... Damn City. The Damn City. You're just making me say this word on a Thursday. I can't believe you've done this. They're gonna add to the audacity counter. This is your fault. That one doesn't count, by the way. No, wait, go sleep. JJ. Also, Mama Hale, you see you got lunch? What's for lunch? I forgetty to eat, so I had peanut butter on toast. Because Ray was like, we haven't eaten today. And I was like, shit! So yeah. Cute. No! ASMR. Why? Say goodbye to Dan. Okay, it's fine. We do 5 minutes ASMR. Soft data only. We do little whispers. Have you on phone gonna lurk and sleep for an hour? Sweet dreams. Thank you for the lurkies. You should be sleeping anyway. Bye, Dan. See you in 5 minutes. I can't believe JJ did this. JJ's even going to sleep now. What a monster. Toasty peanut butter. I love peanut butter on hot toast because then it gets all melty. Oh, it's so good. I don't really have anything else on toast actually. ASMR, the cutest voice ever. Where? JJ, show me where. He's using the ASMR to fall asleep. Maybe. We just gotta be soft. Now whisper. Thank you, JJ.
What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching.
Sweet dreams, JJ. Go sleep. I don't know. I'm so confused about JJ's sleep schedule. Because it is. I mean, he lives in my country, yeah. Sleeps in Happy Monster. It is like 25 past 1 now. No, 20 past. It's 20 past 1. And he's going to sleep now. So that means he didn't sleep last night. I can't beat him. But I think he might be older than me, so he doesn't look it. Thank you for the lurkies, Yaku. It's so difficult to do the ASMR thing, goddamn. Because all I want to do is yell and stuff. This doesn't work well for the brain. I just have to contain the tato. You're gonna fall asleep like this? No. I mean, if you need to fall asleep up at tea, if you're tired, go take a little nap. Just a quick snooze. It's okay. The weather's kind of like weird as well. It's like a little bit sunny. No, it's not. It's bright, but it's not sunny, I guess. It looks like it's going to storm today, actually. When I woke up this morning, it was sunny. Don't beat me, I'll cry. Okay, I won't beat you. You're gonna fall asleep too, guys. It's too chill in here. Do I play some like hectic metal music in the background while I sit here whispering? I think that would be pretty funny, but maybe also disturbing to some people. You're tempted to have an ASMR routine. Do it, JJ. Because I don't know, for whatever reason, if you have that crackhead energy, people want you to whisper. And I'm just like, bro, why? Are you not here for the crackhead? Why you want me to whisper? Hi, hero. How are you? I think we give the metal a skip. Yeah, there's people trying to sleep here. Can't be going to deuce with loud music on. You just got home, hero. I hope you had a good day. You're gonna get some foodies now. What is this music playing? Oh my god. It's Sid's theme. Oh shit. Which Sid? One of them. One of the Sids. Oh, thank God, 60 seconds left. This is painful. My brain is slowly imploding on itself. And if I'm not freed from this soon, I might die. Oh, 15 seconds. Okay, I can do this, I can do this. I think this is the quietest I've ever done the ASMR as well. And it's because my jaw hurts, I was saying earlier. My jaw is really sore. And the timer is up, thank the Pope. Anyway, yeah, my jaw is really sore, so even like, in general, my energy today feels really low. I'm like, I don't know. I'm trying my best to like relax my jaw, but it just doesn't, nothing I'm trying seems to be working. My psychologist, I think I was saying earlier, she taught me like a way to like just massage it. I think the only thing I haven't tried is like heat, because she said heat can help as well to just relax the muscles, because they're constantly like tensing up, and I'm like, I've started like chewing the inside of my cheeks and my tongue. It's painful. That was a nice ASMR, was it? I was kind of running out of things to say at the end there. I was just like, oh, well, nice weather we're having. It is kind of nice weather, but the glare is a little bit strong. I definitely think it's gonna storm though. The sky's looking very grey. JJ posted his puppy on the Discord as well. That's Tofu. I'm pretty sure, because I met a puppy when I went to his house the other day. You ready for another round? What, of ASMR? Hello there, you cool possum person. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, JP. Chompy. How you doing, Chompy? It is Thursday, guys. I don't know what's happened in the last 2 weeks. If there's like a black hole or something. Something's going on in the universe where time is just disappearing. January was 68 days long. And February has so far been 3 days long, and yet somehow it is the 16th today. So I don't know what's happening. Thanks for the lurkies, damn. It's a Tuesday, and that I slept through the week. Yeah, it does feel weird, right? Something ain't quite right. And I can't tell you what it is that doesn't feel right. Grinding works and made a fresh cup of quaffs. I don't have electricity right now, so I can't make quaffs, but that would be nice. I had only 1 cup today. I have to just manage my anxiety versus my coffee intake, you know, because I got a wonky heart. But I think I've been doing pretty okay this past week. I went on meds a week ago, and I think they're helping. Coffee and Milo. Oh, there's a birdie outside. It's a bulbul. Why are you screaming in my yard, guy? He's a very cute little bird. We use like just hot chocolate. You know, like I think it's the Nestle one, the red tub. We use that. We don't. Well, I don't normally. Well, no. Let me say we. Ray and his family don't really have sugar. Spoon! Thank you for the balloons. There's too many to eat. I'm gonna get bloated. Your community appreciates you. Ow! Papa T, thank you. You adopted their ways of no sugar too. Yeah, I just got used to it. I got used to it. So we don't have sugar in coffee or tea or anything like that. But every now and then I'll put like a spoon of hot chocolate in my coffee just for little chocolate flavor. It's good, it's good. I don't have much of a sweet tooth anyway, so like it's okay. Because you're sweet enough. Oh my god. Oh my god, how could you? That's so cute. Oh, me eating the balloons. I wasn't sure how it would look. If it would look, but yeah, I think it was pretty cute. Yeah, you guys have been wonderful. Ah! Oh, I'm bad at this. I'm too short. But thank you for the hearts and thank you for the balloons. Yeah, I do have a lot of support and I appreciate you guys so much. I have been going through like a really hard time lately. As some of you know, Sky is... I'm trying to eat the hearts, Hooded. I was trying to eat them. What do you mean? Anyway, I've been having a hard time recently because of Sky's health. He hasn't been doing too well. He is an old boy. He is on very strong meds for his arthritis. It's been difficult. And his health is just declining pretty rapidly in the last couple of weeks. Oh, he's not doing good, JP. It's quite sad, but we spoke to the vets. We'll be taking him in for the last time on Monday next week, just to hold his paws when he crosses the Rainbow Bridge. So that it's not difficult for him, he doesn't have to struggle. But it's okay. We don't want him to struggle. We don't want him to not have a good life. We spoke to the vet and it's kind of reached that point where his quality of life is starting to decline, and we don't want him to be at that point where he's not happy. We don't want him to go when he's not happy, when he's like miserable or struggling or anything like that. He is quite old. We don't know exactly how old. I always say he's like, we can't say for sure because I've known him for almost 6 years now. He was about 5, they guess, when Ray got him. So that would put him at about 11. And that's kind of close to what a husky lives. He could be older. He could no, he can't be, no, he could be younger. I don't know. The rescue just kind of had to guesstimate an age because they didn't know. So yeah, he's an old boy. He is an old boy. It's very hard to tell. I know because he's got those floppy puppy ears, and he's also just a sassy pants. But he's also a husky, so we had no way to see like his muzzle turning grey. You know, we can't really gauge his age based on just his looks because, you know, he's a white dog, so we're not gonna see him get old that way. But every time I pick him up now, you guys know how my body always crackles when I like stretch and stuff on stream. So like, yeah, his body is way worse. When he gets up, it sounds like his whole spine is crackling. So yeah, it can't be comfortable for him. Even though he's on very strong pain meds, it seems like I think he's still feeling some pain. Unfortunately, it was either the pain or the pain pills he's on are so strong that they are like damaging his organs. But our choice was he's here for a good time or a long time. So we chose good time. So maybe our time with him was shorter than it would have been normally. But he was happy and as pain-free as we could make him. So that was a hard decision to make. Like I had to make it last year, and then again had to make the call for when we think that he's not doing so well anymore. We had to make that call recently, and I basically cry every day now, but it's okay. But yeah, the strong meds, they do, yeah, like JP said, they do have that effect. So yeah, I'm a bit sad, but it's okay. I'm dealing with it. I've kind of been grieving because I knew last year this was going to happen. So I've been sporadically grieving since last year. But it's okay. You know, it's life. It happens. It's not the first time, and it's not going to be the last time either. I think we all experience grief at some point in our lives. But if you have good support around you, then you can maybe not get over it, but it can be easier to deal with. So I'm very lucky. I have you guys amongst all the other peoples that I have in my life. Ray and his family, I've got a really good psychologist. Amazing community, amazing friends. So I can do it. Anyway, I missed some messages. I'm just having a look. The toughest decision? Yeah, JP, it's heartbreaking, really. Doggos make the best of friends. So times like this do take a toll. Definitely, Papa T. Yeah, and the sky emote. I actually considered maybe making some more sky emotes. Or even just, you know how I have like on my starting screen, there's that little jargon if I get a sky made. Oh, wrong one. But yeah, I haven't really moved on that. Mama B and I always here. Thank you so much, Papa T and Mama B. Thank you. Their lifetimes are shorter than ours, definitely. And I mean, I had a pet rat before as well, and like they live such incredibly short lives. I think my rat ended up living 2.5 years, which, you know, I think a 2 is maybe the average, but I know a lot of people whose rats live up to like 3 years, and I'm like, damn. But yeah, it's difficult. He's sassy like his mom. Yeah, he's a sassy boy. I think you guys made the right choice. I hope so. Thank you, Mal. My Sky BB. He's being very needy lately, like asking for treats all the time. So I just give him because, you know, what else am I gonna do with those treats once he's gone? I'm not keeping them. Community got you. We're here for you. Thank you, guys. Gremlin Squad will be your dogs, will bark at you and eat pickies. As long as you don't pee on the floor. And give tippy tappies. I hope Moose and Jinx know what you've signed them up for. Hi, Pocahontas! Sorry I'm being a little bit sad. I try not to be. I don't remember how we started talking about Sky, but yeah. I think Ray's parents might come through later to send loves to because they're going away over the weekend, so they won't be around. But I thought maybe at the very least Ray's mum would definitely want to come because she loves him very much. In our old house, so we used to live on the property with Ray's parents. We lived in like a separate house on the property, but Sky would always go down to the main house and he would sit outside the kitchen door. So he was like always company for Ray's mum whenever she was cooking, or anytime she was floating around in the kitchen, she would go and talk to him. And they had a back door. Sky was never much of a jumper, so he never jumped on the door, but he would just stand by the door and he would listen. He would listen for people walking around in the kitchen. So yeah, I know she would definitely want to come give him some loves, some last treats. Peeing on the floor is the best part. Puppety, what the heck? You're a menace to society. What kind of kids are you raising, Puppety? You want to kick balls into people's windows and pee on the floor? I hope Mama B is the more responsible parent, Puppety. Puppety gets it. No! Stop it! Stop peeing on the floor! No, 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 no. A humanoid of culture. Debatable. Debatable. But yeah, so they're coming today, and then we'll go through on Monday. Ray and his sister. Ray said to me today, because what did he say? He said no more crying. He said no crying on Monday when we go. And I was like, no, but I'm drinking water. He's like, no, you've cried enough. The tank should be empty by now. You cried enough. And I was like, no, but my psychologist told me I need to drink lots of water. And he's like, no, stop it. You don't need water. Stop drinking water. Stop refilling the tank. Because I'm just refilling the... I'm refilling the tears tank. He's like, no, it should be empty by now. Mama B loves you in all your menacing glory, even when I pee in the shower. Well, listen, peeing in the shower, I think, is good for the environment, because you don't need to flush the toilet. Just make sure you clean the shower, But the peeing in the shower saves water. You don't need to flush. Yeah. No water, only Coke. I need to drink Coke. I'm gonna start crying little sugar cubes. Wait, I guess you have sugar-free. So, peeing in the shower is just smart. Yeah, I mean, I know, especially for places that have water restrictions. I think that's a pretty good idea, because you can't... The shower isn't on? Oh, Puppety. I feel bad for Mama B. I have no words. I'm stunned into silence, Puppety. I have no sympathy for you. What are you teaching your kids, Puppety? Please be serious. This is why all your pants are brown now. You need to be toilet trained. Isn't the shower already self-cleaning while it's running? JP! Please be serious for a moment. What do you mean as self-cleaning? Your children will change the world? I don't know if it will be in a good way though, Puppety. It might be in the worst possible way if they're learning from you. No offense. Puppety is raising menaces. They'll fit in. Ah! No! Y'all talking about pooping on the floor, peeing on the floor. No, wait, we didn't talk about poop. But I wouldn't be surprised. If we're peeing in the shower, when the shower's off, hell no. Clean your shower, JP. Goddamn. Just bleach. Are your feet slightly tinged yellow? Or based on the fact that you think your shower is self-cleaning, perhaps they're closer to orange. No offense, actually full offense. You deserve full offense. Just please don't poop in the shower. Yeah. What is that called? Waffle stomping? Guys, I can't. I'm not even making this up. While showering, to step on feces to push it down a drain. Do you guys know waffle stomping? It's a term that I really hate because it's really disgusting visually. You only poop in the toilet? Oh, good job, man. Good job. You're supposed to do that though, Puppety. What do you want, a cookie? We made her laugh? Oh my god, you guys. I cannot with this conversation. You're learning new things, Pocahontas? I don't think it's things you should be learning, but welcome to the world, I guess. Y'all never heard of waffle stomping? Why waffle in the term? Okay, so you know how waffles have those little like sections? So if you were to... How do I explain it without sounding weird? When you push the poop through, this is what I'm assuming. The only thing is, like, I don't know if it works for every drain. Maybe it depends on the shape of your drain. Mine has, like, long lines in it. But if your shower's maybe got those little holes or grids or whatever. Yeah, like a grid pattern. So when you push the poop through, it makes, like, that pattern. And I think that's what makes it the waffle part. And then you're stomping the waffle because you have to push the poo through. Yeah. Does it make sense? The grid on the shower drain? Yeah. You're muting? Goodbye! Listen, guys. Listen. If you do exclamation quote, this is what the stream is about. I'm sorry. It's poop, it's farts, it's buttholes. I'm sorry. Somehow we always reach this discussion. I don't even know how we got here. So like through your toes. No, Puppety, not through your toes. Not through your toes. It's through the grate. The drain of the shower when you push the poo through. Just one quote, JP. Oh, okay, that one wasn't poop related. Hi, Andy. Thank you. I'm so sorry my milk makes weird noises. What? I don't remember that one. But you use your toes? No. Don't use your toes, Puppety. Use your heel. Oh my goodness. Do not use your toes. It's gonna go through your toes. Why not explore the butt crack? It only gives the poop ones when Hooded asks. My internet is doo-doo caca, but I just wanted to pop in before the load sheds and say hello. Thank you, Andy. I hope you're doing well. I love you. And I miss you. Ooh. But yes, a lot of my quotes are poop related, but somehow we managed to miss all of them today. Oh my god, what is this? I don't like doing long ones. Honestly, I don't remember a lot of these. Maybe it only works when... It's only the poop one when Hooded asks. Because every time he does the quote thing, it's always the poop ones. And I'm just like, bro, what the hell? Birds of a feather and all. Whose moat is that? It's Grant's? I don't think I've seen it before. That's pretty funny. That's a good one. But yeah, I do have a lot of You did not just... Did I... What did I do? I didn't do nothing. Why you make an angry face? Ow. No angry. No madge. No rage. My septum piercing is tickling me now. You might have misheard. What? What do you think I did? You're not gonna say, did you fart? I hope. Okay, hold on. I wanted to check this one. So don't mind me. Alright, I paused the sound redeems. I remember I did that yesterday because it wasn't working. Sound alerts. I'll see if he's behaving himself today. Cause yeah, I know that Stream Elements was being all funky dunks, but I don't know why Sound Alerts wasn't working, because I don't think they're like linked at all. Then again, I don't know if it was an issue with Steam, with with Twitch instead. Oh, thank you, Seth, for the confettis. How are you doing? Confetti's not safe to eat, so we're not gonna eat that one. And a biddy. Thank you, Seth. Let's see. Let's unpause and see if it works. Oh! Chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. So there we go. That was supposed to be the raid message or the raid song earlier, so it looks like it's behaving itself now. There we go. Alright. Yeah. Alright, so it looks like the sound alerts are working again. That's good, because I was a little bit sad when they didn't work yesterday. So it looks like they're working now. Is this Undertale music? I think it is. It is! I think very well-known song, this one. Hope you survived the load shedding. Yeah. Shame. Some people are going into load shedding as I'm coming out. And it's literally like you can't win. It's the most annoying thing because I have to make use of as much time with power as I can to stream, which means I can't watch people then. And then when I don't have power, I can't watch streams. And I'm just like, fuck. I can't win. I actually can't win. Ah. Hi, Puggy. Hello, hello. Count your blessings, you weren't here for the previous conversation. Yeah, Puggy, you came at the right time. You came at the right time. You, like, unknowingly saved yourself some trauma. You spared yourself when other people couldn't. So good timing on joining now. For show. Hooded, do you have classes today? I can't remember if you said. The conversation was quite shitty. If I do say so myself. Okay, wait, I have one question then. Since everyone seemed to learn about waffle stomping today. I'm just curious if Puggy knows the term. If not, don't Google it. I just want to know if you've heard of it before. You were peacefully watching an episode of a super cute meal. Saved by the BL once more. It was a half day? Oh, that's nice. I never had stuff like that. My schedule was always like 10 kinds of garbage. Because it was like, oh yeah, let's have this 8 AM class. And a 5 PM class. And then what? I'm gonna sit at the university the whole day because my father refused to pay for me to go home. He's like, no, you can stay there and study. I was like, excuse me? Keep dreaming, buddy. Keep dreaming. I would fucking sleep. I would lay outside in the grass. I would lay outside on the grass with my friends. They would all just be sitting and chatting, and I would take a big fat nap. Were you talking about PewDiePie? No, we weren't. Does PewDiePie waffle stomp? Feeling the love from daddy? Yeah. Listen, the fact that I could never call him... I never called him daddy or dad or anything like that to his face. He was always Colin. Oops, that's my dad's name. I would always call him by his name instead of like... Like if I ever needed anything, I would just say his name. Instead of like... Yeah, like I think normal people will just say dad, I don't. I never did that with my mother either though, so... She was just, yeah. Both of them special ones. But now I'm confused as to why waffle stomping was linked to PewDiePie. I don't know if I want an answer to that, to be fair. You never watched the full explanation? There was a whole thing a while ago that he poops in the shower. I don't know what he does after he poops. I remember he played a game a while ago. Oh jeez, I can't remember what it was called. We're back to this conversation. I'm sorry, Hooded. But there was a game he played a while ago. Was it a VR game? And you could poop in the shower? And you could like pick up the poop and stuff? I don't remember too much about the game, but there was another shower game that he played. It was called like, it was basically showering with your dad. I can't remember what the name of the game was. I don't really remember what the premise was. I have a very vague recollection of that. But I'm pretty sure he played the like VR-ish or like shower simulator or some shit like that. I can understand peeing in the shower, you know? It is a liquid. With not much color to it. But pooping in the shower, even if your poop were liquid, it's still the colors, yeah. I love how I was saved from this and then immediately dragged into it anyway. Listen, you started talking about PewDiePie, so I was asking what the connection was. So... It's a rage recollection, exactly. I don't know. PewDiePie feels like so far away in the past. Cause like I haven't watched a lot of PewDiePie recently. You asked if I knew. Well, I wasn't telling you to go Google it or anything, but clearly you did know. It's PewDiePie. Oh no. Spewing out his ass. Nay. Gross man. Pooping in the shower, I will question you on your mental state. If you need to talk to someone. I know someone who's really good. Maybe they can help you overcome Can you guys see the change? What? Did you change something? Oh, you turned the sound off? Hooded is done with this conversation. Hooded's like, not a fuck. No, goodbye. Hooded is done with it. In fact, I think Hooded was done with it when it started, when I started educating on what waffle stomping is. You gotta know these things, man. What if someone asks you? Like if you travel somewhere and they ask you, and you don't know, and you panic and you say, and they're like, do you waffle stomp? And they'll be like, shit, what does that mean? I don't know. And you just, you panic and you say yes. It's better to know, you know? It's the evil you know. Rather know these words, even if they's nasty. I think it's much better rather than being in the dark. I mean, I feel like there are some things that we really don't need to know about. I've learned too many things from the internet and then feel the need to share it with other people. Because I refuse to suffer alone. I'm like, no, please, go read this, watch this video, perceive this image. It is a bit ambiguous because it could be a BDSM thing. Hey? Puggy. Be right back. It looks like I went under my table there, but actually Ray brought me a juicy, so... You're suffering with me now, friend. Let's go. It's a Lucozade. Apple flavor. Nom. Yeah, Peggy, I'm picking up what you're putting what you're putting down. I will stop now. I think you should have stopped 2 minutes ago. At least her son is not here, right? It's just Hooded, but it's okay. Hooded may have muted the stream, but he still reads the chat, so, you know. Even if it's not coming from me, he can't escape. He is stuck. And like a bunch of lurkers, I mean... Yeah, sorry guys. If you are here and you're hearing weird conversations, you're probably used to it by now, so... That's fine. And then a VOD, yeah, so any unfortunate soul that happens to come across my YouTube channel may or may not perceive this very interesting conversation. It will never go away. Yeah, that's fine. We're sharing knowledge here. The ambiguity of waffle stomping could mean two very non-average topics of discussion. Pooping in the shower and smooshing someone's coochie. I don't know, man. Language is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Imagine someone lurks without muting and walks away. And their family and roommates listen. Okay, well that's on them, to be honest. Because they can't even see my face, so it's fine. I could have like a voice double that is doing this for me right now. You guys would never know. If you have a YouTube channel, you should totally send a link so I can go follow. I don't actually have a command for my YouTube channel. But I think I have a link somewhere. Hold on. Is it this? It is! Hey guys. I have a YouTube channel. I'm currently only posting old VODs, so you can see me say some very embarrassing things. Question mark. But yeah, I'm basically I'm going through all my VODs from last year that I'm posting. You can see my old 3D VTuber model as well. She had cat ears at some point. Because I hadn't quite settled on what design I was going for, what thing I was going for. But yeah, I have some shorts as well, but like honestly, I don't have the spoons to make shorts anymore, so I'm just like, no, it's fine. I will make them another time. I have a lot of dumb clips and stuff, so... If I had the money, I would just pay someone else to make them for me, because I cannot be asked a lot of the time. But yes, I need to make that a command. It is technically under my socials thing as well. She? You mean that wasn't you? Yeah, you see, that's what I'm telling you. I'm a voice double. But yeah, all my stuff should be under my socials, and I think even on my Discord. On my Discord there's something. I have a channel for the YouTube stuff, but I think I haven't been very good at sharing stuff there. But yeah, because I play a lot of Genshin Impact, we have a special channel just for Genshin. We have one for Cookie Run, and I don't remember what else. We have like a general games one, which people use to talk about like Fall Guys and Overwatch. Oh, do you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do the write-up. Do you guys remember I was giving out... Gosh, it was a while ago now. It was like a month ago, literally. I was giving people visions, and I wrote up a bunch. And for whatever reason, the next day when I opened my Discord, it had cleared it. And I was like, what the fuck? So I just forgot to go back to it. Oopsie daisies. We have a Pokemon one as well. Oh no, we have an Overwatch and Falls Guy one. Falls Guy? League of Lurder channel win. I mean, I can make one, but honestly, a lot of these things get forgotten and then just collect dust. Like, I have one for Ark. I have one for Tower of Fantasy. There's Fall Guys, Overwatch, Pokemon. I don't know what the Pokemon... Was this just for Pokemon? I guess so. Anyway. Yeah, so... I could make a channel for it, but... it needs to be utilized. Alex posted Sleepy Catto! I want to smoosh it. I want to smoosh the Sleepy Catto. I don't play League, so like... if other people want other channels, then yeah, sure. I can hook y'all up. It's just like, the more channels you have, the more moderation you have to do. And like, if it's not really utilized, it's kind of just, you know, extra for no reason. Which is why I have one just titled Games, so that you can discuss. Because like, Cookie Run is something that I play. I don't want to say obsessively. I think I play an okay amount of it daily. And obviously Genshin is my jam, my shit, you know. So those channels make sense. Even within the community, I think a lot of people do play those games as well, so... a LOL channel would just give people heart disease. With the amount of salt in it. Yeah. I mean, it could be nice to, like, share... like, skins, or if you did well in a game or something, but... people don't even do that for the other games. And that's literally what I use the Cookie Run one for. Like, I'll share builds and I'll be like, hey, I got this skin today, or I finally got this cookie, you know? It's got that utility. It's got that use, that purpose. Oh, it's like Alcoholics Anonymous, who just come together and cry. Yeah, that's basically... whenever I stream Genshin, people are like, oh yeah, I didn't get this character. This is how much I spent on it. AA is Alcoholics Anonymous. Yeah, definitely. Bunch of gamblers. People who don't know how to stop. No swipe. Also, my character's technically got... I don't know how well you guys can see it. It's just never really visible for some reason. I don't know what I did to it, but... What is it called? Ahoige? The little thingy on the top of her head. The stupid hair. Because my brain, my head empty. No thoughts, head empty. Only cry. Also, I don't know what happened. A while ago we were having problems with ants. Like everyone in my area was having problems with ants. And just the other day, they just disappeared. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? I know there was a baby praying mantis crawling around on my table the other day. And it took all my willpower to not scream, because I'm very scared of them. For no reason, because they can't do anything to you, but I'm still scared of them. And I'm just like, bro, this doesn't make sense. But anyway. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. At least for skins and all, I can just spend money and get it. None of this gacha bullshit. That is fair. That is fair. Can you also save up... Is there like an in-game currency? I don't remember how it works. Like, if you just know life it and you play it a lot, can you buy the skins? Or does it have to be paid currency? Sorry, I'm eating a toffee. I just saw my mouse was moving and I was like, oh! Exposed. I didn't think the motion capture would be that good. You gotta go through League's gacha system? Without any rate ups? Wait, what do you mean? Hi, Emulator! How are you? Remember I told you guys about this big bag of toffees that Ray bought and it supposedly has 4 flavors in it? Yeah, that's what I'm eating at the moment. So these toffees are from Malaysia. They're fucking tasty. I go missing in action for a while. I come back to 1920. Because I'm black and white. Skins are paid. The characters you can get with grindable. You have to unlock characters in League. What? Really? You never spend any money in League, but you have a couple 100 skins? What? I haven't touched League in a very long time, guys. Let me tell you. It's literally been years. You've spent far too much money in League. Oh no. It's fine. Just sell your account. You can do that, right? Be like, this is how much this account is worth. Your messages conflict with the channel? Are you saying sassy things, Emulator? I'm doing good. How are you? You dig the vibe? 10 out of 10 adorable. Thank you! It is very cute. When I blink, my ears wiggle. Don't touch League. You're gonna need more therapy after. Definitely. Oh, you were asking how I'm doing? Ah. They also have a battle pass? What the heck? This is a sassy stream though? No. JP, this is a wholesome stream. Are you in the wrong place? Has Peace Quitty seen this avatar? I'm not sure if she has. She might have. You're not waking? No, don't wake her up. It's way too early. Don't wake her up. You're over this week, but it is what it is. Well, I hope that you have some time to relax over the weekend, emulator. Also, hi Stitch. Poop is not sus. Or that depends entirely on you, JP. You think poop is sus? JP, please. But yes, if you try and call me NATO, the Autobots don't like that very much. I'm doing okay, Stitch. How are you? Corn poop is sus? Why is it sus though? The only thing that's sus is why the corn survives. You go through everything else, and it becomes the same. Let me stop that conversation there. Bye, Odin. I'm sorry. Or am I? Hi, Dreamy Thug. How are you? We weren't talking about poo. No, no, no. Couldn't be us. You're tired? You've been working 10-hour shifts? I fell asleep at my desk yesterday after class. Oh, damn! Oh, sorry to hear that. The 10-hour shifts are really rough. They are really rough. I'm just gonna... Goodbye. Yeah, you need to take it easy when you can, Stitch. It's very difficult to work a 10-hour shift. I made that person disappear because they were trying to make me say something sussy. And I'm not having it. The corn did not make the cut. I mean the butts. I mean... Definitely. 10 out of 10. Bam, bam, bam. You got 3.5 hours left? What, you at work now, Stitch? It's a paper tato. Kinda. It's like a sketch. I call it sketchy tato. I've got shady tato and sketchy tato. Hello, motherfucker. How you doing, llama? Oh, you're still at work? Oh, man, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's really difficult. And it's Thursday as well. So at this point of the week, everyone's kind of just dreaming about the weekend. I just want to post something for mods to see later. You gonna jump to your main account? No worries. Yeah, not Puggy. Today is Saturday for Puggy. Cause she lives in a different timeline. So like today and tomorrow is her weekend. Do you have plans, Puggy? Also, when are we playing that game again? Because I want to play it again. Because of how sketchy you are in general. Llama, you missed the poop discussion we were having earlier. We're not going to go back into it because we've already done that twice. But you have no idea. No idea. But yes, I sayonara'd that other person's ass because I was like, not here. Not in my chat. Be gone. Can't even dream about the weekend. Got work to do. No! Well, I hope you do find some time to rest. Because, yeah, 10-hour shifts are crazy. You went shopping? Tomorrow you're going to sleep and watch League? Ah! What did you go shopping for today? You missed some good stuff? Yeah, you did. You missed the good. I don't think I should bring it up again. Because, yeah. People go and mute my stream again. We'll meet up with some friends on Sunday night, though. Oh, shit. You're going partying? It's okay. That's what VODs are for. The poop discussions. Yeah. I'm currently just waiting for the power to come back on. So that I can, I can play Warframe. Because that's what I want to play today. I recently, and by recently I mean yesterday, picked it up again. And I was like, ooh! I want to be a space ninja again. It's been a while. Napad don't talk no shit. No shit at all. At this moment I run on coffee, Spite, and chicken nuggets. Not bad things to run on. There's probably better things, but not bad. Yes, Llama? Are you saying like, oh, Nat? Or like, oh, Nat? Just food, walked around. You got a cinnamon roll shirt? Ah, you need to send me a picture, Puggy. You can't just tell me. Just pretend I'm your mom and send me pictures of everything. Be like, hey, this is what I had for dinner tonight. And it's like a... I was gonna say... Let me not say it. What's up, potato chip? How's your day going so far? It's not too bad. Brain dead inside. Yeah, we chillin'. We just vibing. I'm just waiting for my power to come back on. I'm hoping it comes back on. Otherwise, I might have to cut stream at some point. But anyway. How about you? It feels rude to call you brain dead, so I'm just gonna call you brain. It has been X number of months since you started your full-time streaming. Give us an update on how that experience has gone. Well, it's a fair amount of work outside of the actual streaming part because you have to... I've been way more active on my other social platforms. So like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I started uploading things onto YouTube. I started using TikTok, but it's so overwhelming that I've kind of put it on the back burner for now. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of photo shoots as well, so I have some things to post. And yeah. But it's been a little bit rocky because of Sky's health. So that's made things a little bit difficult because it's something I have to keep an eye out for. But yeah, I think it's a lot. It's a lot more than I was doing before, understandably. And it's a lot of things outside of streaming, more so than the actual streaming itself. Because I don't think I changed my content too much. I maybe changed the schedule, the duration, the frequency, you know, that kind of stuff. But I think the actual stuff that I do, the content, hasn't really changed much. Blah, blah, blah. Words. Sleep would be a great thing to run on. Can't relate. The other kids at school are bullying you? Oh no. I ain't your mama though, brain. You should definitely tell your mom about that. But also, don't bully back. I was bullied at school as well, and I kind of just ignored people. The best thing that you can do is just keep going. As much as possible, you want to ignore those kinds of people. Because honestly, looking back on it now, school doesn't matter. For a large part, the people don't matter. And I don't think you should let the shit experiences shape you. As much as you can, resist. That's because you said send pictures like you're their mom to someone. You were making a joke. No, that's fine. I wasn't sure if you were being serious about being bullied. If you are, definitely your parents should know. But also, school... This is going to sound like such a weird thing. School is such an insignificant part of your life. There is so much more to life than school. I've always wanted to try Warframe, but never got around to understanding the gist of it. Could you give us a too long didn't read of the game? Oh wow, okay. So I don't want to give spoilers because trying to explain it will give spoilers, but you're basically a space ninja. And there's a few different bad factions that you're fighting against. There's quite an intense story as well. And basically, you control the Warframe, but the Warframe itself is like a weapon. So they have their own abilities. So each frame will have like a different ability. You get some that are tanky, like Inaros and Rhino. Rhino recently got a really cool skin. And then you have some support ones, like I think one of the best ones at the moment is Wisp. There's also Trinity, who is my baby. You get some that are really good at AoE, like they can wipe out rooms like Banshee and Saren. And then some single target ones would be like Titania and, or as I call her, Titania. Mesa. They're both good for like single target. So they all have like different abilities, different skills, and then you can equip different weapons on them as well. You get a melee weapon, you get a primary and secondary. Primary is like big gun, like a shotgun or something, or rifle, and then secondary would be like a pistol or throwing stars. There's also bows, like BOW, but also BO. There's scythes, there's hammers, there's loads of weapons. There's lots of different, like, pets and vehicles, and there's honestly so much to this game. It's hard to, like, explain everything. The Fairy Queen. You know the Mandela effect? Yes, yes. Also, Spec is lurking. Thank you. Thank you, Spec. Madam Artapol. Good cosplay pics on IG. Props to both you and the photographer. The photographer is actually one of my moderators, and he also streams. He just makes a lot of content, to be fair. So if you guys could please check out Maokami. I hope he's not here. Shut. You're gonna shout at me. Anyway, he does cosplay videos on YouTube. He's basically been my photographer for a few months now. We've done a lot of work together. And he's just a lovely person, so check him out. He also has a Patreon if you want to support him. I think you can find all the links like on his socials and stuff. I finished my fanfiction yesterday, and 2 months of non-stop work has ended. I'm happy I completed it. Pocahontas!
Pocahontas underscore saw screamed. 10 biddies.
I eat all of the biddies. Thank you. Thank you, sweethearts. Thank you for the biddies. You're sad that it's over? Oh yes, you did come and say yesterday. Pocahontas. No, Pocahontas, Stitch. So my power's not back yet. It should have been back. I'll stay for a little bit longer in the hopes that it does come back. But if it isn't back, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes, half an hour? I don't know how much time I have on the inverter, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Depending on how much time I have. I may need to end stream and then restream again later. Because yeah, my power hasn't come back for whatever reason. Ah, sorry guys. Oh, Hooded's off. Sorry, I fell behind with the messages really badly. So you said that, okay, I did read that. The character is literally Cinnamoroll. Cinnamoroll. Oh, my mind was blown. My mind is currently blown. Cinnamoroll. Cinnamoroll. Roru. Cinnamoroll. Probably. You don't go to school? Oh shit. Well, it applies to life in general, you know. You speak the truth, but also cries in teacher. Oh man. People say it's the most important, happiest time of your life, but like Tato, hard to disagree. Uni, so much better. Adulthood, so much freedom. Though with sucky responsibility, definitely. School was so small, so insignificant, it did nothing in my life, honestly. Thanks for the explanation, just curious on a basic level, had no idea what to expect. Sounds juicy. It's an MMO. It's an MMO, JP. There's a lot of grinding. There's a lot of repetition. But I fucking love it. Because I can no-brain that game. Like, you don't have... I don't have to think. Because I've been playing it for a while. So, you know. Well, Amazon calls it her chill-out or wind-down game as well. So curious how intense or in-depth. So, the story is really cool. The story is really cool. It's... I want to say kind of plot twisty. It's very intriguing. It's very interesting to watch the story unfold. And like, you meet a lot of... Some of the Warframes have like their own stories as well that you have to do to unlock them. And some of them are fucking intense. I think... You know I don't play horror games, JP? There's one frame who has the scariest quest. And I barely made it through it. The only reason I made it through was because I got Ray to do it before me and I was like, what is it like? And he's like, run. And I was like, what do you mean run? Yeah. It's scary. You heard ESCOM execs laughing here in the US after you said 15 to 30 minutes. Yeah, I'll have to see how long my inverter can last, but the power should have already been back. Ray, I said to Ray, I said to him, I'll stop soon if the power doesn't come back soon. And then he's like, probably gonna come back if you stop now. He knows, he knows. Run. Yeah, exactly, exactly. No, that story was fucking terrifying. I honestly couldn't. Y'all know I don't play scary games, and that story was terrifying. But I think the way that they did it was actually fucking brilliant. I think the way that they wrote the story, just everything, it was like mind-blowing. So, yeah. I really enjoyed it, despite being scared out of my mind. I think it was really well done. Super excited for the new Scream movie. There's a... what? To be fair, I don't really keep up with movies. I really so badly want to go watch the Avatar movie, but just haven't had time for it. But I also forget about movies, so it's not like the first thing I think of when I'm like, ah yes, let's go out. I only recently went to the cinema for the first time, I'm not even joking, since before COVID. Because even before COVID, we didn't go watch a movie for a long time. So it's probably been like 4 years or something. I went to go watch the BTS concert. So JP, when you say run, the song that plays in my head is very different from the song that plays in yours. I had to think about it for a second because I was like, what? Demi Lovato announced that they wrote the main song for the movie. Oh shit! My favorite artist and my favorite movies are merging. Oh, that's nice. I like when people work together on things. So, speaking of BTS, they did a like collab thing with Cookie Run at the end of last year. So I got my favorite group of singers in one of my favorite mobile games. And it's such a cute collab as well. So that's something I get to have now. But yeah, I don't know what's happening with the power. It honestly should be back. I think, I don't know, I actually don't know how long I can stream, because I won't be able to play anything, that's for sure. And obviously I don't want to drain the battery, because Ray still has to work today. And he's like, he sits in long-ass boring meetings the whole day. Poor man. I could never. Having to listen to people talk. Okay, he said he'll let me know if it beeps. So I guess we're just gonna be chilling for a little bit longer because, yeah, currently there's no saying when it will be back or what the reason is for it being off. So that makes it even harder to gauge when it would come back. I know yesterday we had issues with water. So we didn't have water for, I think, like the whole day. Which sucked. Because my hair was like kind of, you know, like when you haven't washed your hair and you're like, yeah, I'll do it tomorrow, and then you and then you have no water, and it's just like, well, fuck, I guess I'm not washing my hair then. Escom needs to fix their nonsense. Truly, do you remember there was that rumor going around that we were going to have 2 years of load shedding? And people were like, actually, you know what? If it meant that it gave Escom the opportunity to actually fix things and sort things out, yeah, sure. That would be fine. If they actually fixed anything. But apparently that was just a rumor. So, you know. We're just stuck with whatever. I don't even know what stage we're on anymore. These days I just look at the schedule and be like, oh, how shit is it today? How many hours of no power? Because so we're on stage 3 currently, but then we go to stage 4 at 4. Which is like in an hour and 20 minutes. And my power's gonna be off tonight, which is why I can't stream in the evening. So everything is just against us at the moment. Can't anything, basically, because there's just never time with the electricity on to do anything. They declared bankruptcy. Now we're in electricity crisis. Our water is contaminated, and we shouldn't be drinking it. Our water is contaminated. This is news to me. Is it fine if we use a filter? You didn't hear about the bug in the water? It's giving everyone a stomach bug? What? To be fair, I don't drink a lot of water. I haven't had a stomach bug though. Holy shit. That's crazy. Is it because of all the power outs? So there just hasn't been like proper I don't know, I guess maintenance and cleaning the water. That's crazy. I didn't hear about that though. I feel like I'm so out of tune with everything. So like... like even the games that I play, I feel so out of the loop because like I never know when stuff is happening in the game. It kind of just happens and I'm like, oh shit, we're doing this now. Like even Genshin, if I think about Genshin, I don't know what events we have. I don't know, do I do all of them? I'm so out of the loop when the characters are coming out. World news, local news. I feel so, yeah, so out of the loop. You escape and you eat? Enjoy. I hope your power magically comes on and you can get your Warframe on. Enjoy. Thank you, Llama. Enjoy your foodies. But yeah, it's a... I don't know if it's just because I've been dealing with so many other things lately that it just... my brain is kind of shut down. But I haven't been following other stuff too much. You mostly drink coffee. I think that's not too bad then, because then obviously you would need to like boil the water. I drink a fair amount of coffee myself, or tea, or hot chocolate, just because like it's been kind of chilly lately. And then I've been drinking like sodas and stuff, which I shouldn't. You sit in traffic each morning at the same time that the news is on the radio. Ah, that would definitely help. I don't remember the last time I even heard the radio, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really go out. And even if I am sitting in a car, almost always someone's playing music on their phone through the car's audio, so like, yeah. You have a heat wave? It's 28 degrees at 9 PM last night. I think yesterday was pretty warm actually. Trying to remember what I was wearing. I was wearing shorts. Yeah. Oh, but it was humid as fuck yesterday. Whoa! Stitch, I'm not too sure where you live and you don't have to tell me. But I live in Johannesburg. And it's not so bad. My computer says it's 26. But let me check and see what Google says. I'm always typing weather in my area to see. So, yeah, it's 26. It's not going to get any hotter today. Oh, you're in Cape Town? Okay, so it's a bit different. Our humidity today, it's not too bad, but it's very cloudy and it looks like it's going to rain, but it's a bit hard to say. There's not much wind at the moment. It seems to be picking up, but yeah. I'll be moving to Cape Town in a couple months. I'm so used to saying next year because I spoke about it so much last year, and now suddenly it's like, no, actually it's in a couple months. It's soon. It's very soon. So yeah, it's very, very unusual thing for me to think about because I'm just like, whoa, what? Brain can't compute. It's only 3? Oh my goodness. But what is the temperature inside your house, Peggy? It's warm, right? It's warmer inside. It has to be warmer. You can't be sitting inside with 3 degrees. You'd love if it would rain. So I'm curious about that, because when I grew up in PE, you know, everything was kind of like, especially like during winter, everything was cold and damp all the time. It has to be the same in Cape Town, right? You kind of have to own a tumble dryer. Here, you just stick things outside for like an hour in the summer at least, and in the winter it's also pretty fucking... The wind is cold, but it's still sunny as hell, so if you put it out in the sun it's normally fine. Winter gets really cold because it rains, yeah. So it was the same in PE then. Kind of the same feeling, the same vibes. Your aircon is blasting hot air. Puggy. So during well, actually I think it's all year round. You know his son, Naruto-kun. He has his aircon blasting, regardless of the time of year, because he likes being cold. Because he lives in Jordan, you know, which is a desert. So he has the aircon like always blasting cold air, even in the winter, because then his room is cold. But then he puts on a blanket and he feels cozy. Jargon says the same thing, like cold room, warm bed. Apparently feels good. I can't relate. PE weather must have been fabulous for your hair. I'm gonna be honest with you, JP. I honestly don't remember. I was like 15 when I left, but my hair was also like waist length. It was really long. But I was also nicknamed Ratty Natty because my hair is like kind of like wavy. Like it's definitely not straight. My hair is not straight at all. So I think it's going to be very frizzy, very fluffy when I move down to Cape Town. Here, the static is unbelievable. I get shocked on everything. The air is so dry here. We had floods here last year. Joburg weather, lived there for 10 years. Yeah, it's dry as hell here. You have gas heaters, much cheaper than a tumble dryer. Oh? Yeah, I guess gas heaters would actually be pretty good because gas heaters dry out the air, but if you have like pretty high humidity anyway, then it shouldn't be too bad. Here, if you use a gas heater, you have to put like a plate near it with water on it because otherwise, yeah, it just dries out the air horribly. Unless you have pets, in which case put it somewhere that they're not going to reach it, but... PE weather is bad for curly hair. The wind is too much. Yes. Ugh. Luckily, I don't have too much of a problem with that, Pocahontas, because I live in Johannesburg now. So it's just the static and my hair becomes fluffy because of that. But yeah. It'll be interesting to see what my hair is like when I move back to the coast. Humidity is 100% for most of the year. Oh gosh. Yeah. When I first moved to... So I lived in Pretoria first, and then I moved to Johannesburg, but when I first moved up here, I'd never used lip balm in my life. I was 15 years of age, and I was like, I don't need that shit. Because I didn't in PE, because, you know, the air is moist, so you don't need it. And I was like, I don't need to wear lip gloss or any of that shit, so I didn't. I was a bit of a tomboy growing up. And then I moved to Pretoria, and within a week of being here, I'd licked my lips into like oblivion because they just were dry all the time and I didn't understand why, so I would just lick them. So obviously they were cracked and bleeding and it was horrible. And then someone gave me, I think they gave me like a tub of Zambuk. And so now I am just never without some kind of lip moisturizing thing, Zambuk, or lip balm, or labellos. Cause yeah, that shit ain't Gucci at all. It's very unpleasant to deal with. I don't know about anything else. Like the rest of my body seems fine. I know the frizziness of my hair is definitely because of the dryness. Like I said earlier, like the static. When I get out of Ray's car, the car shocks me and I'm just like, bro, what the fuck? He doesn't get shocked though. And I'm like, is it because I grew up? Like in PE, I grew up differently, so my body's used to that. And now it's just like dry as air. It's horrible. The Cape Town air is much cleaner. Yes, it definitely is. Damn. Yeah, that is a big difference, Stitch. I'm glad you moved back. Or you moved to Cape Town. Cause yeah. No, I've heard that the air quality here is actually really, really bad. As a person who doesn't leave the house much, I don't notice it, but I know that there is this ungodly wind that blows from I don't know where. It might be in Mpumalanga, but I can't be sure. It's basically there's a mining operation somewhere, kind of close-ish to where I live. But I don't know 100% sure where exactly it is. In any case, a couple years ago, there was this massive sulfur cloud that blew through my city from this, like, mining operation or whatever. And, yeah, it's not like major farts outside. I'm not even exaggerating, it was terrible. And it swept over a really large area as well. And I think we had it at the end of last year as well. Or beginning of this year. You got asthma when you lived? Oh my goodness, now I can't remember the last time I used my inhaler. I wonder, because my boyfriend has got an inhaler. But I think he's spent most of his life up here. I wonder if it'll be better for him when we do move to Cape Town, if he'll still need to use it. He also has problems with his, and I don't know what the cause is, but he has problems with his eyes watering. It happens sometimes indoors, but it's mostly when he's outside. We thought maybe it was the trees or something. But people aren't generally allergic to the plants of the place that they were born in. Because your body's used to it, but I know sometimes when people move to like other cities or other countries, they can be allergic to those plants because they didn't grow up with it. And so it's like a foreign pollen and their body's like, what the fuck is this? Definitely will be. Yeah, I hope so. Gosh. Because yeah, I know the air quality is definitely better. All that fresh sea air coming through. And there's just more to do in Cape Town as well. Ray was born in plants? Yeah. You weren't born in a plant, JP? The sky just seems to be getting darker and darker. I wonder if they're gonna say that the power's off because of the rain. Imagine. Imagine they say they use that excuse that they used last time. Oh yeah, the coal is wet. Can't say that I was, maybe in a stable. No, I was just saying, like, you get used to the pollen of your area, of the place where you were born or live in. The place that you live in, not the tree that you live in. Your body, like, gets used to it. But when you go somewhere else, you can kind of be, like, allergic. But yeah, I don't know why. It'll be interesting to see how our health changes when we move. Most trees here are evergreens. Those are kind of nice though. Pollen count is much higher. We have a lot of parks. Ah! Yeah. I know we have a lot of parks here, but I think they're not really nice or maintained parks. Like, a lot of them are just big grassy areas with like a small playground, maybe some trees. If you ever need a tour guide, I know a lot of nice hidden gems here. What kinds of places do you like to go to, Stitch? What would you consider like a hidden gem? Because Ray's always like, oh yeah, there's nothing to do in Johannesburg. There isn't really. I mean, we have some nice things here. We do have some nice things here, but it's very limited list. And it's maybe not a very interesting list in comparison. But yeah, we're looking forward to kind of traveling a bit around Cape Town. Seeing all the things. Trying all the things. Ray spoke a little bit about maybe trying surfing. Because both of us are kind of lazy bums. I don't know if I could do the surfing thing. I have terrible balance and I have a really shitty ankle. So I don't know if that's the best thing for me to do. I do love being in the water though. Adventure parks, normal parks, drive-in movie theater, restaurants, things to just kick back and enjoy the area. Yes, that kind of stuff's nice. We, well, I think we would probably want to do it again, but we did go up Table Mountain when we visited a few years ago. And that was quite nice, but I think the weather was quite rough. Like, we weren't able to go up for a while because of how strong the wind was on that day. So that kind of sucked. But yeah, I think we're going to be doing all the touristy things, going to all the places. I know that there's I think it's a bird and monkey sanctuary not too far from Cape Town. I can't quite remember now. It was a long time ago that I went, but I think we'd enjoy doing something like that as well. I think he mentioned we might even look at going to like a wine farm or something, either though neither of us drinks. And especially wine. He's like, it's fine, we can develop some taste for wine. The waterfront alone has the aquarium. Oh yes, we're definitely going there. Scratch patch, roller skating and restaurants, escape room, and so many shops. I think, so we did go, I'm pretty sure we did go to the aquarium when we visited. And we did go through some of the places at the waterfront. I know I definitely went there with my older sister even years before that. So yeah. Your sister used to work in the wine farm industry? Oh shit! It's good to know people. Cause like, man, I mean, we've been searching for a place to stay for a while now. But like, we kind of keep getting ghosted by... we get ghosted by the, the real estate agents a lot. But we're just keeping an eye out for some things. You go up Table Mountain for free in your birth months? Oh! We're moving in Ray's birth month, but I don't think we probably won't be going for his birthday. But maybe that's something we could do for mine, since my birthday is all the way in November. It's very far away. So what, would you just show them your ID and be like, ah yes, it is my birthday. Let me go. You're looking for more city center, northern or southern? So we've been looking kind of everywhere. We don't really have a specific area in mind. We don't have to be in any particular area, which I know is very broad. But yeah, we have just been looking all over the place. Because depending on what I end up doing, I would have a remote job, hopefully. And Ray's job is mostly remote as well, so location doesn't matter too much, thankfully. It's more just about like getting a real estate agent to respond at this point. It's been a little bit difficult. But I think it should start getting better soon, because we're only going at the end of May, so it's a bit far away for some people. They're like, nah, we were looking last year and no one responded. Not even a single no fuck you. Not even a fuck you as a response. Durbanville, amazing area. Many amazing things to do. 30 minutes from the beach and surrounded by wine farms. I think that was one of the areas we were looking at. I have a friend that lives in that area. But yeah, so I have friends scattered all throughout the Western Cape. I don't know if it all necessarily counts as Cape Town as such, but yeah, I don't know if I know anyone further north than Durbanville, but all the way down to I've forgotten what the area is called, but like the south. I think my power's back. guys. These assholes. Will you come back to Johannesburg for Comic-Con in September? I don't know about this year's September. Oh, it just came back. The power's back, eh? Okay, thank you. Ray sent me messages literally a minute before the power came back on. And he's like, still no power, getting dangerous, with a sad face. And then he says, for fuck's sakes, afterwards, because the power came back. Oh, Lord. But yeah, Puggy, I'll have to see, like... Because obviously I would probably need to fly up. And I don't know about affording a flight or whatever, so I'd have to look into that. Are you going to be here this year, Puggy? Are you coming to Comic-Con? Because I can surely make a plan. Oh, some variety. Oh, that's the plan? Oh my god. That means I have to. I have to make a plan now. Anyone coming to Comic-Con Cape Town? No! Because I'm moving the month after. I definitely can't make it. Also, thank you for bringing the power, Joggin. I was about to end stream. I was literally about to end stream. Because I had no power. Sorry, I'm just readjusting my shit. You guys know how it is.
Oh, thank you.
Ray brought me a snack. It's your pretzels. Hi, Wolfie. Yes, Warframe, let's go. While I'm still working at this current job, I have leave days saved, so I can probably take like 2 weeks. Oh! Buggy! That's so exciting! Have you made any plans? Shush, you. I'm gonna turn my music off. Let's see. Game capture. Wow frame. Boom. There it is. Oof. Oof! Those frames are bad. Chotto mate. Let me see. Whoa. That lag is terrible. Oh wait, I can use... Is that gonna help? Oh, it's definitely a lot smoother. But maybe it's not as shiny.
Operator, Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
Know someone that works at a travel agency. She can maybe help get cheaper flights and accommodation. So accommodation I wouldn't be too worried about. I'd probably be able to stay with Ray's family because they're still staying up here. But yeah. I would definitely have to travel up. How's your armpit? Wait, why is it armpit Thursday? But thank you, Stitch. I'm doing good, Wolfie. How are you? Sorry, I was just trying to set up Warframe there. Your work can technically reject your leave request if it's a busy time. You need to do some looking at flights and prices. Best time frame to come before booking. Oh. Thursday is the armpit of the week? Yeah? What makes it the armpit though? Okay, so... Oh, it's weird playing on that side. Let me just switch it back. You know what I can do? Let me move myself over. Is it this one? No, it's this one.
Excuse me.
Ah! Gambling Miss Yae. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. I think I can put it over there.
Hello, motherfucker.
Whoa! Hello, motherfucker. I don't know how this game is gonna perform. My graphics card is not a strong boy. I don't know how far I need to scooch it over, but I think this is fine. Who's a Fark now? It's not quite Friday and anything exciting happens. I know nothing exciting happens on a Thursday. I see. I'm doing good. How are you? My power was off until a little while ago, so I haven't really done anything. So what does that make Monday? Monday is the butthole of the week? Alright, so... before... I was farming... Sorry. I'm a little bit rusty with this game. Before, I was farming for some primes that I was building. I don't know... Oh. I have apparently a bunch of weapons just sitting here. What the f- Why have I got so many? That's embarrassing. Okay, less guns. So I think that's okay. Okay, I think we're fine for guns. It's just for some reason I have loads of not primary melee weapons. Monday is the cheeks. We do not want. Hi, Rich. Monday is the waffle stomp. No, JP. Eli says hi. Oh, are you Eli's sister? Also, hi. I'm doing okay, Rich. I was feeling a little bit sad earlier, and then it took forever for my power to come back on. But I'm doing good now. I'm munching some pretzels and trying to decide what I want to do in Warframe. His twin. Ah! The one who holds the credit cards. I might just go do a little bit of farming for... The sound is not... The sound is fine, maybe? We won't know until I'm in a mission, to be fair. Hi, Guria. Are you here to cause shit? How are you doing today, Rich? How's everybody, actually? If I haven't asked you yet. Do I have weapons I can level? I do. There's technically a new pet that I could well, like 3 new pets, but I'm lazy to go get them. I don't know how you get them. You forgot you had it? Whoops. Whoops. Whoa, this person's name is Ray Blitz. That's quite funny because my boyfriend's name is Ray. Ivy! That's a pretty name. But just thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I don't know, did it make the notification? Thank you, and welcome to the posse. Ba, 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 ba. I am here more so to farm whoops. I'm here to farm a material which drops with some frequency on this map. But this is also a pretty good map for leveling characters. So this is like the baby version, and then there's like a harder version that I would typically go do instead. One of my favorite attacks is like the heavy attack, because you like slam down. Boom! But yes, there's a material that gets dropped here that I really need a lot to build the like fancy versions of weapons. Which is why we're here. Looks like there's not too many people playing at the moment either. And I think do they scale mobs? They might. Anyway. You've been able to work on stuff? That's good. No issues with load shedding and such. I think I've killed enough people now. Your favorite Cape Town merch soul? Got Wednesday merch? Oh shit! That's pretty cool. You're a sweetheart? Guria, that's debatable. Well and truly. Also, I somehow am getting headshots just with a scythe. Just swinging it wildly in front of people. Ow! My twin would be here, but he's asleep. That's good, that's good. I'm always shouting at him to sleep, because he don't sleep. I'm thinking maybe he doesn't know how to close his eyes sometimes. He doesn't know that you need to blink for a really long time. Sometimes. To save your eyeballs. Damn, that was only the first... No, that was the second wave. I was like, that was a long wave. He doesn't. Yeah, so... I totally get that. Where are these mofocas? They're downstairs. Okay, well, the sad news is I haven't got the material I came for yet. Earlier today I was doing a bit of this farming as well. And I actually got like 6. After only 5 rounds. We're currently on round 3 and I haven't gotten one. He works until he can't. Oh no! Yeah. That can be quite bad. A cup of tea is nice. You're not a cup of tea. JPP speaks the truth. Why would I ban him? We don't ban people for speaking the truth here. How have I gotten fuck all this whole time? The confusion is real. Borrow me your ban one quickly. For Guria? Yeah. To be fair, he's spoken a bit too much shit here. He does deserve a ban. A few times over. The reason why I'm using the scythe instead of using my guns is that my guns aren't actually, like, leveled or anything. So, oh wait, that's one of my people. Never mind. We're gonna pretend that that just didn't happen, you know? Natato is a cutie. No! And I can't even ban you. Because it's true. Haha! Did you think I was gonna disagree with you? Y'all out here giving me an ego about being cute. Whoa. I love this game. The violence. Have I still not gotten this one material? For you being for realties, not for plays. Don't look at the cats. There are cats in this game. Don't look at them though. How are you doing, Odite? Didn't know you played Warframe too? Yeah, you can't see my MR. What's your MR? What's your MR, alright? Boop! Yeah, fuck it. You chillin' at work? I hope you're having a good day though. Also, if I missed any messages, sorry. His record of no sleep is 7 days. What? It would be high if you didn't knock him out. At what point do you die without sleep? Because yeah, that's crazy. My brain stops working after like a day. It barely works when I do sleep for a day, so you know. 23 or 24? Ah! Not that MR is an indication of anything. I think as long as your MR is higher than 10, you have some brain, you know? Takes a bit of brain to get there. For the longest time, so the people who introduced me to this game didn't tell me what MR was or how to increase it. So for the longest time, my MR was shit. And I was just like, what the fuck? What is going on? And then someone was like, oh yeah, you have to do the rank up test. And I was just like, what? There's a rank up test? Please. So I'm on my way to 27 now. 16 is the last you need to make a difference because of the weapon restrictions. Oh, I just meant for like how much you've actually played the game, how knowledgeable you are. Because I feel like before MR10, you're a baby and you maybe don't know nothing about anything. Not in a bad way, of course. You're still learning. But like, I know if I say something to you, you'll understand. I didn't play for a long time, and there's a lot of frames that I'm missing as a result. I have all the primes though. Not all the prime weapons. I think I have a fair amount of the prime weapons. But yeah, I'm a bit behind. On story, oh my god. What was it, New War or something? Something they brought out like last year? I can't remember now. You prefer egg rolls? Or matter love? What's matter love? Yum 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 yum. Jolly! You're a Warframe player? Hell yeah! I thought I couldn't stand any harder, I cry. Yeah, yeah, yeah! I love being a space ninja. I'm doing it very poorly right now, but you know. It's okay. I keep hitting this guy's like little minions because I'm an idiot. You mad? Oh, Ivy. Ivy's so sweet. You give me cavity, Ivy. Are you gonna pay for my dentist bills? Because now I've got so many cavities from the sweetness. Boop. 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 I'm doing so little damage. Honestly, I want Hurricane cells. That's why I'm here. I got so many earlier. Ah! I spoke too soon. They were sitting there the whole time. I don't know what everyone else is here for because this is like a leveling map, but me, I'm here for Hurricane cells. Every Warframe player gets to decide what endgame is for them. What is it for you? MR. MR is my endgame. I'm doing it very badly though. But also fashion frame, yeah? I'm all about pretty frames, pretty weapons. And just trying to do as much as I can, like finishing. I just want to do everything, to be fair, now that I think about it. I got more Hurricane cells, yes. I need a lot for weapons. I have like 5 or 6 prime weapons that I can't. Whoa! What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Dread, you just made me poop myself. Now my pants are brown. No, joking. We're good. What about you, Jolly? Also, sorry, I'm like very bad at reading chat right now. Your Necros looks cool as frick, thank you. I'm quite proud of him, actually. He's a good boy. Just as a character, he's good, but I quite like the colors I went with. And then all of my prime weapons, white, gold, and the blue light. To contrast with the frame, because I don't want everything looking the same. Oh! Hello! Now we're getting lots of those things. I think the last time I played, like, earnestly was, when Reaper Prime was good. And then, what is that thing called? The special mods. Oh, fuck, I can't remember now. But the special mod, it lost its, like, you know those, like... You guys know what I'm saying? Fuck. I can't remember what I'm trying to say. It became shittier. The special mod, they nerfed it because reasons. Do you guys know what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm like really dumb. So many Hurricane cells now. What the fuck? Where were y'all before? Making me suffer? For what? For what reason? For what purpose? Someone died. Prime mods? Not prime mods, there's there's like special ones. Ribbons! What are these people doing? There's Archon? What is that? You're gonna buy a Henway? What's a Henway? My brother would argue that I ain't sweet. The thing is, I feel like... So I normally call him Luna. Is he sussy? I don't know if I would say quite sussy. And not quite cheeky. He's like a funny cheeky kind of, not like a cheeky. But he's also stubborn because he don't want to sleep. Don't tell him I said that. Ooh! Woman! Girl! I damn near pooped myself.
Is a solid 10.
Oh my god. You just finished now? I was watching earlier. Did you have a good time? Also, thank you for the subby. Dog is a solid 10. Yeah. He's actually crossing the Rainbow Bridge next week. That's a bit sad. But it's okay. He had a long, happy life. Your brother ain't sus, he's a puppy. He can be a little sussy. He can definitely be a little sussy. Oh, I hate Noxus. Goddamn. I was a super. She's so cute. Thank you. It was one that I found on Twitter. It's like a free to use one. Sorry, I'm like falling behind with the messages there. Yeah, it was one of the like free to use ones. It's actually in VTube Studio, and they made it so that you can customize it. people be out there doing some crazy shit with all the different programs available. This one is very, very cute. I like, whoa, I got 4 there. Holy shit. I'm not complaining because I need buttloads. I think I need like 11 per weapon or something. 11 or 12. It's ridiculous either way. And I had to go, I did this farm earlier for a bunch of frames as well. So I built 4 frames and then I ran out of Oricon cells and I was like, fuck! If you just play the game normally and you play a lot, you don't have to worry. But because I stopped playing for a while... How did I get a headshot by slamming the ground? Anyway. If you play a lot, you don't run out of materials normally. But because I took breaks and I would just come back, I'd build a prime and then be done with my life. So I have an overabundance of... I can't remember that orange material, hex something. Because I did a lot of... who was it? One of the frames had a map that had that as a material. And so I just have fucking boatloads of it because I had to farm... We got really unlucky with drops for that frame. So I just have loads for that one. And I don't think there's too many things that use that material either. But yeah. What type of game is Warframe? It's an MMO, technically. It's got the pew-pews. There's a very interesting story. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. It's a lot of things. And listen here, bro. Fuck your shield. Yeah, I think the story is really good. But yes, I think first and foremost, it is an MMO. MMO. So if you've got a few spare 1,000 hours, you can spend them in this game. Yeah, lots of grinding. Especially, so to get some of the Warframes, you have to grind a lot. I think one of the most annoying ones that I had to grind for was Mesa. Because the drops are random, so you get like multiples of the one piece. And then there's one piece you're missing and you just can't get it. If you go ham with Warframe, you do hit a wall eventually. But always something to do. If you like farming. Yes, so... I'm like hitting a wall there, cool. Yes, there is... I think... There's not like a... I remember when I played it years ago, there wasn't as much content. And it feels like just in like the last few years, they actually did a lot of updates. They added a lot of story, a lot of things to do. It feels like way more than when I started playing. So I think, yeah, they have done a lot. There is a lot to do. I haven't done everything. I only have 1,000 hours in this game, and I've like barely done anything, it feels like. I'm only MR26. Meh! So, yeah. The world is against you. You slammed your hand in the car door. No! Stormgate? Ooh, I haven't heard of that. I have no idea what I'm looking at the moment, release-wise. I'm still playing a lot of Genshin Impact, so that's kind of my thing. Okay, I'm done.
Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting? That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
Release me! I just want to catch up with chat because I've been missing things. You sunk 100 hours? Or 1,000 hours? And burned out so bad? Yeah. I don't think I ever burned out from this game. Like, I definitely played it a lot, but I don't think I ever, like, reached burnout with it. Because I would go and play something else instead. I would have had login 400 days mod by now, but I stopped for months at a time. Yeah, I'm at like 260 days, I think. Or something like that. There's a riot MMO? Oh, shit. Oxium. Oxium used to be annoying, but I think they increased the drop for it. But I know the one material that I have so much from, doing that one thing over and over. Is Hex something? I don't know if it would be under miscellaneous. Probably not. Ah, resources. Yeah. Hexanon. Hexenon? I don't know how you pronounce this. In any case, I have a lot of it because I just ran the one mission over and over again to get the frame, and I just had the worst luck ever, so you know. But, yeah, the stuff I was farming there is the Orokin cells. Would they be under this tab? There we go. 21, not bad. Like WoW? Eh. Oh wait, I already kind of responded to that. Eli won't be around for a week. He's just taking a break from Twitch. Oh, no worries, no worries. I think it's good to take a break sometimes. You have almost 1,000 hours in Stardew Valley. 450 in vanilla and 520 in modded. Damn! My hours in Stardew aren't that high. I think it's one of the higher ones. I have about 300 hours in Stardew. My next game up is Ark, which is 730 hours. And then, and then my highest is Warframe on Steam. Letting you know so you weren't worried. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I mean, people definitely come and go, but I can always just like contact Fuzzy and ask, be like, hey, is Luna okay? But I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Ivy. I hope you're doing okay, though. Don't burn yourself out. You have the wiki memorized? Whoa! For Stardew? What was the Warframe hours? 1,075. 1,075 hours. That's not my highest, though. I don't know about WoW, but I know my playtime in Guild Wars is over 2,500, somewhere like that. You have 3,000 hours in Ark, damn. Can I message you on Discord? You would just have to add me as a friend. Yeah, you would just have to add me as a friend first. Yeah, anyway, so I can show you guys. So I need those fancy materials to build the weapons. So all the primes. This one uses 10. Ah. That's the only one that uses 10. Damn it! There's Ivy. Cool new avatar. Thank you, Bolter Pro. How you doing? You feeling better? You had Stardew on GOG and then on Steam, so not all your hours on Steam. Ah. For wanting to try Guild Wars? Well, you can play the base Guild Wars, like Guild Wars 2, you can play that for free. So I would say... Hello? Is she back? I hope so. Bae, we're back! Eee, boy. Sorry guys, the power tripped. So Bolter Pro lives like, literally I can walk down the road and smack him over the head if he's being a little shit. So yeah, that's why he said the power tripped, because he knew. Sorry guys. I live in a country, also, y'all ain't saying shit. I live in a country that doesn't know how to keep the electricity on. And even when the electricity is on, there's still fucked up shit happening. So, you know. I'm just reopening Warframe now. Because it has a bit of a fanny wobble when I close it like that. So, thankfully I wasn't in a game. But yes, thank you guys. Bitch, thank you for the beaties. The beaties. Alright. Because I was reading messages. Hope I typed my password correctly. Oh yes, I was talking about Guild Wars. Definitely. The base game for Guild Wars 2, it's free to play. So you can definitely try it out and see if you enjoy it. Okay, I think we're back. Yes, thank you again for the BD Stitch. Hopefully it's working. I've been relocated, apparently. Let us just scooch on. Oh, that's not what I wanted to move. Is it this one? Yes. Yes. And then it goes like so. Nope. Like so. Okay. Where is my game though? Where is the game? Game capture, Warframe. Bam! Bam! There it is. Okay. Do I have to change my settings again, or would it have kept them on potato? Because, yeah, my graphics card is potato. Alright, I have no idea what I was doing. Or saying. I had to reset my stream key and such. Oh, I was looking at the weapons, because I can only build one. I might do a bit more farming. Redeemer used to be cool at some point. I don't know if it's still cool. It looks cool. And I mean, I don't have it, so I might as well. What else? Yeah, everything else just needs the Oracle cells. But
Do you remember the old war, operator? Order seems to have misplaced those memories.
there's some story stuff that I can do as well. I'll maybe do one more run to farm the materials. Oh wait. No, release me. I wanted to go swap a weapon because I think I maxed out the one. Oh, maybe maxed out both. I got a free weapon the other day as well from something. Penta. I don't know what people are using anymore, to be honest.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. Do I? Okay, I'll take a sippy now. Ooh. That's a shiny boy. Thank you for the hydrate. I did actually have water for a change. Alrighty then. Petto, I don't have anything to level.
If I may say, operator, your chosen Warframe
Suits you. Ha. Ha. Tell me you played this game too much without telling me you played this game too much. I wanted to look at Petto. All Petto is done. It's the Robros. I'm missing like 3. There's hounds that they brought in. Yeah, you should, when I eat it, like it makes like chewing motions as well. Depends what I'm chewing, I guess. But like her mouth moves. And her ears wiggle when I blink as well. Even she's surprised she's drinking water. Yeah, she's watching me in shocked amazement like, oh! This bitch be drinking the toilet juice? Yuck. Anyway, I'm just missing the 3 hounds. I'm missing lots of weapons though. And some frames. I have like 5 or 6 that I haven't leveled though. I'm a little bit behind on that. But it's fine, I'll go with this guy. He is built for farming. He's a farmer. I know it's hard to tell from his appearance, but he's actually a farmer. He has a little farm. For corpses. Bolter Pro, do you remember when you played this with us? Like a billion years ago? Your plane is about to land! Oh my god. Travel safe. Travel safe, Ivy. Please don't crap, but yes, travel safe. Do people crap when the plane lands?
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive. The Grenier have no honor.
Who? Warframe players are a bunch of gremlins. They hear the sound of an Ayatson star and they all just turn around like, woo! There's a level 0 person or level 1 person here. That's mad shit, yo. Imagine starting Warframe in the year 2023. You got some catching up to do. Is anyone gonna start the thing or?
Keep fighting, Tenno.
Otherwise we're just sitting here with both thumbs up our asses. On Armpit Thursday? You guys. You remember? Wait, why with the crying face? Was it that bad? Was playing a game with us so bad? Shit, man. Who's making that rainbow? Holy shit. Apparently the new frame is like super OP. That's not where thumbs are supposed to go, I think. Yeah, I think so too. I don't think your thumb should be up your ass. Also, Jolly said something about crossplay. I think there is crossplay now because if I look at people's names, there's like this symbol, I don't know what that is. And then there's the window symbols on other people. And I'm just like, I'm pretty sure there's crossplay and it's working. I think this is the new character. She makes the crystals. The shiny crystals. And that's just the area that her crystal affects things in. Anyway, let me turn on my spells, because apparently I've been Fucking useless. There's been crossplay for a good while. Oh, really? I haven't played for a long time. It's been a hot minute. You also play Rich? Where did this Armpit Thursday thing even come from? I'm not rejecting its existence. I'm just curious about the origin. I've never heard of Armpit Thursday until just now, and suddenly there's 3 people all agreeing to it. And I'm like, what? I've been missing out on Armpit Thursdays this whole time. So today is Yelan Day, that's why she came home rich. It's because it's Armpit Day. She's the Armpit Queen. This is all making a lot of sense now. Also, congrats on Yelan. Sorry, I did see your message. My brain processed that it saw your message and then promptly forgot to reply to it. Because apparently that's how my brain works. I perceived it, but... sorry. It's all adding up for LZs. 3 of us could also be just full of shit. I mean, that is how this country is run, by people who are full of shit. So, you know, makes sense. You brought the term in here? Fantastic. Now we know the origin, the point of origin. Off with his head. Eat my side, bitches! I mean, hee hee. I killed him. I don't know, I had friends who were super into it. Ah. That's fair. I've only ever played it on PC, but I know it's on Switch as well. I can't imagine playing this on Switch though. There's some really tiny things that you have to pick up, and I'm just like, nee. Could not be me. I love doing that shockwave. It's a bit noisy when I do it, but you know. JJ, you awake already? Did you have enough sleep, sir? Also, have I not gotten any? God damn. I think we have to kill like a certain enemy to get it, but still, like... Where? Where material? Give me my working cells, man. No! Where are you going? You're not allowed to leave. I need organ cells, man. I said I was only going to do 1 more of these, and then I got nothing for it. I want to die. Who are we framing for war? Hi, Kilinik. I don't know. Who are we framing? I think that was one of my guys. My toxic trait is trying to kill my clones. Hey, there's 1. Needed several more of those, but sure. Wow. No die? Me no die or you no die? I have no plans of dying myself. But you, sir, why you no sleep? Did you get enough sleep? Was it just a nap? Ooh, 4. I'll take that, thank you very much. Super tasty. I wonder, is this game too fast-paced? Like, is it moving too fast for you guys? Because, like... Because I'm used to it. But I know I do also noom around the map, so... I used to love this game, but then Genshin came out and I never touched it again. Yeah, I play this like on and off. I'll go through like different seasons where I'm like, yes, I want to play this and only this. But I hadn't played it for a long time. I guess it's because of Genshin. I kind of forgot about this game for a while. But it's like riding a bike. You kind of know what to do once you understand like the basics of the game. You can just keep playing. Oh, I got stuck. But they've released a lot of frames since the last time I played. I don't remember who the last frame was, but I know they released a wolf one, which I think is one of the characters in my party. Varuna. She's supposed to be like a wolf character or something. She looks pretty cool. JJ, are you self-plugging? Sir? But enjoy your stream. All the same. It's so hard to keep up with damage. So I think one of the new characters is like AoE damage. It's really hard to keep up with him. I'm only on this character because he has like something that helps the drop rate for things. I honestly can't remember. I just remember when I was farming Argon, we would always take him. Him and Korra. Someone mentioned Korra earlier. Him and Korra. Hydroid used to be really good for that. But I don't think he is anymore for some reason. I can't quite remember. I think Korra replaced Hydroid for that, for farming. After you've killed all the bosses on each map on Arc? Damn. Might take you a while. Sorry, Ray was just letting me know that his parentals are here. Who is your favorite frame? Back in the days. When I started, it was Trinity. When I started playing her... I started playing quite a while ago, but... I think maybe the second time I don't remember if it was the second or the first time I started playing. She got her prime. That was kind of like the earliest that I can remember. And I played Trinity for a long time. I loved her. She was fantastic. I used her for all the things. And then I started branching out. Nova. I really like Nova. And... trying to think. Titania is probably one of my favorites for like single target damage. Oh, Banshee. I love Banshee. She's also one of my favorites. You can see I use her prime much more than I used her. Equinox, I used a fair amount when playing like with other people, but not necessarily by myself. You're on Extinction fighting the King Titan? Oh shit, I've never fought any of the Titans. Harrow is really cool. I have his prime as well. I still need to level it though. Hydroid's pretty cool. Didn't use him too much. I love Ivara. She's my most used frame. You can't see it, but she's in the top corner. She's my most used frame. I liked Mag quite a bit as well. But I love Nova. All of my usage is on Nova Prime. This is on 0% as you can see. But can you sort by used? Yeah, so it's Ivara, then Nova, Titania, Mirage, Banshee, and then Trinity. I would say these are my favorite girlies, definitely. And then Excalibur, which I used for the longest time because no one showed me how to change frames or anything, so I used him for ages.
The old war, operator.
So I need to
Order
just pop
seems to-
out for a second because my in-laws just arrived. So I just want to go say hi to them quick. But I'm going to throw you guys on the BRB screen. You can watch some silly clips of mine. Oh, you just got home, Stitch. Very nice. Time to rest up. But yes, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Be good. Hello, hello, hello. I am Pig. Oink, oink. Weapon. No, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. So no. Did you guys see that? What did he just do? Did you guys see that? Try me. Huggy wuggy! Fuck, man! Why did I see him again? One of us has to go in there.
Yeah. And it has to be switched in between, I think.
Do you wanna press the button?
I can press the button, I don't mind. I'm down.
Okay, please no kill.
Oh no! Why did you not do the thing? I pressed the button! Okay.
What is it? 3-7. Oops. Ah! Oh. Slowly. Ah! I am back. Hello. I was like, where's the game sound? Why is it so soft? Never mind. It was just because I was in the menu. Alrighties. One tricking frame simply not knowing how to change. Oh man, they didn't explain anything to me when I started playing. And like, they didn't tell me to pick up the one item that I needed because like, I didn't have a pet to pick things up for me. So I just had to, what, know to pick things up? I was like, how could you? Like... so annoying. They just didn't explain anything. Oh man. So yeah, my first experience of Warframe was not so great. But I learned the game by myself and I enjoyed it for myself. So that was nice. Thank you, thank you. You have leftover biltong? Hell yeah. I'm just eating pretzels currently. But to be fair, I'm more eating the salt in the bottom of the bowl than I am the pretzels. So, you know. Yeah, so, okay, let's continue. What was I doing? I think I said I was gonna go do some story, because I'm a little bit behind. So, I'm quite late in the story. So if I tell you guys some things, it's kind of gonna be a spoiler. What am I currently building? Oh, I built Redeemer Prime. I was trying to think. I was like, what did I build before? So I'll make the Distrazer as well. Biltong sticks? Oh, those are good. Also, don't be bad, Jolly. What do you mean? You gotta be good. Alright. So I'm pretty far in the story. If you guys don't know the... Whoa. Where's my frames? Better frames here, staring at the galaxy. If you don't know the story of Warframe, basically inside the frame, there is like a, I want to say almost like, not a being as such, but like, don't mind my trophies, they're a mess. There's this, and I can't remember how to change into it. Was it this button? Oh, it was. So this is called your operator. This is the person who controls the Warframe. So she sits in that thing and she basically hooks up to it. So this is my operator. Papa Zeus? Mucho caliente? What does it mean? Just saying. Hashtag just saying. I always say just saying when I'm saying something sassy. My friend has convinced me to bake brownies and take to Comic-Con. Just be careful. Make sure that they allow you to take food into the venue. Because I know some venues aren't okay with that. It depends on the venue. Anyway, so the story... Sorry, I'm so distracted. The story that I did last... we started to understand what happened to these people who control... They're called operators. We started to understand what was happening, or how these operators came to be or something. God, I played it so long ago that I can't actually remember. The last quest that I did... This is the first one that you do. Prelude to War. So, the new war, I think, came out, and it came out in parts. And I only did part of it? Or was that something else? But I have to finish the new war before I do these ones. So yeah, I finished... Was this... Oh, this is the one in parts. Okay. So then New War came out, and I just haven't done it since. I haven't played, so I'm missing like 4 chapters here. It's a little bit confusing, I'm not gonna lie. If you guys are confused by the story, don't worry. I will probably also be confused by the story. You must own a necromech! Ah! I guess I have to go do that then. I have to go farm things. So... I know I have something for Voidrig, but I'm missing materials, it looks like. So I need the casing and the engine. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know where to get those. I also need this, but that's just a metal that I can go make, I think. But I might need to go get the recipe. Let me have a look. No, I can just make it. I do already have the recipe for some reason. Cool. Okay, I can do that. And then... Void... Rig... I don't know why I have 2 blueprints for each of them, but... This is fine. I should be fine for the materials. Oh, I can already make one of these. I think I have to get these. Whoa! What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Wolfie. Let's see. Void rig. What is it called? Damaged. Necromech engine. I think there's a specific mission. You need to go get food? No worries. I'm just sitting here eating my bowl of salt. You know? And I needed another one of those. Oh wait, you can trade for this? Shit. Guys, I'm not gonna go farm. I hate the mission for this. It's so long. Let's see if I can just buy them instead. Cause yeah, it's a bit of a pain. It's a bit of a long mission. Oh, I can. Oh my god. I don't want to say that money solves everything, but it can solve some things. It costs 1 plat. Neighbor, say it ain't so. Luna, I thought you were sleeping. Oh, the one piece is a little bit more. Oh no, wait, that's to buy the whole set. I don't want the whole set. You can buy the whole set. God damn. You woke up? It's almost 7 AM. Yeah? Is 7 AM a time to be waking up, Luna? Did you have a good sleep though? I need to find someone who's selling both because I don't want to have to. Ah, I think this person is selling both. You got sleep? So that matters? Exactly. Alright, let me just pop a message to this person. And what was the other thing I was buying from them? Necra mech casing. It's the casing and the engine I needed, yeah. This one for it was 1 plat, I think. How can they be selling this for so cheap? Cause like, damn, that's not a lot of plat, but it's fine. I'm not complaining. It means I get to buy it for less. I don't have to go and farm it. I'm doing good, Luna. I'm just chilling. I was having issues with power earlier, so my power didn't come on. It was late to be turned on by like half an hour-ish. And then it tripped earlier as well. But because this game is like so intense on my computer, like the thing tripped and it's hello motherfucker. It tripped my PC, so my PC rebooted. Because the power tripped. Normally the inverter would have like kept it on, but yeah, it was being a little shit. Because I'm playing this game. If I'm doing nothing, if I'm just chilling on my PC and the power like flicks, then normally it stays on, but this time it was like, no. Hi Moombas! I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well, friend. Hope you're taking care of yourself. And how about you, Luna? How are you doing? What do y'all think is better, fish or chicken? You need to figure out dinner. I think both are really good. It depends on the fish, like what kind of fish are you having? How are you cooking it? I think chicken's nice because chicken's easy. Chicken you can do a lot of things with. It's maybe less effort than fish. So I kind of want to say chicken just because it's easy and because you're tired. You've had a long week. I think you should have something easy. You're allergic to fish? No ways. Is it like I can't remember what the word is, but like you can't breathe if you have it? Or do you have like a bad reaction? Cuz I know some people's reaction, like they'll have like a not fatal reaction to some things. You puff up really bad? Oh my god. And what about like live fish? Can you like, it's just ingestion, right? It's not like on your skin or anything like that. Because normally when there's like animal allergies, it's your skin that will like, you'll get hives and itchies and your eyes will water and stuff. Crumb the fish and fry it with some chips. Okay, that does sound good though. But everyone's saying chicken. I say chicken because it's just easy. You look like a pufferfish. You become the thing that's trying to kill you. No, that's terrible. I'm I want to say a bit lucky. Because my only allergy is aspirin. So that one's pretty easy to avoid. Eating any seafood? Oh shit. So like shellfish as well? Oh man. Look at my kitty. What you doing? No, I wanted to pet the kitty. Let me pet my cat. There we go. Oh. She looks weird because she's got a skin on her. Oh, the frames. All three of them. I don't know why I did that. I think... There she is. She's a good girl. Cute baby. Very cute baby. What do you call a pile of kittens? I don't know. What do you call a pile of kittens? Oh, I forgot. I was like, why am I standing around not doing anything? I'm waiting for this person to flip and respond so I can buy things from them. So this is what she looked like originally. My kitty cat. This is one of her babies, if I'm not mistaken, Mochi. I could be wrong though. I can't quite remember where Mochi came from. But Mochi was a spare one that I made so that I could get more imprints. And Mountain, oh my god, I love that. Korean, but you can't have seafood. How dangerous is it for you to eat Korean food? Because I want to try Korean food, but Ray is allergic to shellfish, and I don't want him to die from eating fish. Shellfish allergy sucks, but I probably wouldn't miss fish. Oh man. Oh yeah, because Jargon's also allergic. You guys with your weak bodies. I say having an equally weak body. This is Alice, my vampire kitty. She's very scary. And then I have Chunky Prime. This is like the tank cat. So there's just the three different types of cats. So there's Chunky. And then this is the like the treasure hunty one. I think can also be like big damage one. And then there's the vampire kitty who can revive you. A true child of the night and a drinker of life. That is the description for this breed. And then there's a bunch of dogs as well. So I named all my dogs after food. So here's T-Bone, because he's a big boy. Then the next one we've got is Jaffa Cake. They're an itty bitty baby. I love Jaffa Cakes. Here's Nugget. Nugget's also a very big baby. Nugget is huge, in fact. Here's Donut. Donut's like medium-sized, I guess. Who else is there? And then I have Virus Puppy. Infested Puppy. Very cute. I love him. Sweet baby. He's a very playful baby. He's got a little hook. His one paw is a hook. What do you call a chicken that counts its eggs? I don't know. Slowly living? Yeah. There's food without fish, but most food that has fish, so I'd have to read and ask questions. That's fair. Kimchi doesn't have fish? I don't think... I'm pretty sure I haven't had kimchi before. It's like in every food, makes every... Ah, you see, this is what chutney is in South Africa. You just slap chutney on everything. It just makes everything good. You want spoopy skin for Ninja? Oh yeah, so there's... Oh, yeah, so that's the last puppy, but like... You can put skins on them as well. So this is a skin. This is not what she looks like originally. Appearance. So there's the hairless cat. Looks a bit like a ball sack. This one's just a fur pattern. So that's what she looks like underneath. She's got the like peacock tail. This one is also just a pattern. This one is... It shows... So it only shows the fur pattern, but there's like Scottish fold looking skin. This is just a pattern. This is a pattern. This is like a special breed of cat from the one planet. Like it basically resembles Earth. So I don't know what animal on Earth looks like this. But this is one of the skins that they have. And then this is the skin that's currently equipped. I used to use this skin a lot. And then I got this one and I was like, ah, yes. A beautiful rose kitty with her little thorns. I'm missing out? Damn. Maybe I'll see if I can get some next time I go to the... We have like a... I don't know if it's because they have like not only stuff from Korea, but they have a lot of Korean stuff there as well. Next time we go there, I'll have a look. I'll see. Especially your mama's kimchi. Well, I ain't gonna get your mama's kimchi, that's for sure. You live a bit far away. Just a little bit. A mathma chicken? Oh my god. A mathma chicken counts its eggs. Oh man. That's good though. That's one that I've never heard before. I like hearing jokes that I haven't heard before. Because some people are like, oh yeah, there's this really funny joke I know. And then they tell me a joke I've heard like 20 times before. And I'm like, cool. Haha, so funny. So very funny. And I have to pretend that it's funny. I need to find someone else who's selling this thing so I can go and do this thing. Lightning Storm. Let's see if this person... They're selling it for a little bit more. But maybe I'll actually get a response from them. And... Necra Mech Engine. Streaming tomorrow? I should be. I can't see why I wouldn't be. Where's my phone? Let's see. I did have a plan to stream for show, but I'm trying to remember when. I have my schedule posted up on my Twitter, but I definitely abandoned that. Oh, I'll be streaming in the evening, so from about 8 PM. But then hopefully a longer stream on Saturday? I don't know. I'll have to see. Because, like, the power cuts are so bad. The power cuts are getting really bad again. And I don't know what's happening on Sunday. Okay, so found a cellar, hopefully. What's your time zone? So around this time? For tomorrow? No, so tomorrow will be evening. So it's from your time, cause you're EST, right? So from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. +3? No, Stitch, not +3. Oh, okay. Oh, PST. Oh, I'm not very familiar with PST. What the heck? Why did that fail? Oh. My ping 430 watts. Like, bro. Sometimes the game just does not want to do the thing. The EST, I think it was 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. if I didn't math incorrectly. So it's like afternoon. Math. Disgusting. Okay, so what did I say? 2 and 10. Quick math. So it's the engine and casing. Yay! $11 here. Ah! So what is that, like a 2-hour difference? Hi RVB Epsilon. Hello, hello. Thank you for making my life easier. Random stranger. Let me escape. Oh, it's 3 hours? Ah, and do you also do the time traveling? Guys, I can't math. Don't even. Do not. Okay. What was it called? Void rig. Okay. We got everything. Oh yeah. How do I not have this motherfucker? Fuck's sakes. Why am I like this? Why do I have so many weapon pods, bro? You all time travel except in Arizona. Wait, really? Is it only Arizona? When y'all gonna stop time traveling? When? Give me the president's number. Oh, Epsilon, I wanted to ask. Do you play Warframe as well? You hate the time traveling thing? It's for the farmers. Just make the farmers wake up at a different time. Easy. What's the issue, man? We got lights. Turn on the lights. Easy. Don't need sun. Just use lights. I don't know. We've never done it in South Africa. And like, I have to try and remember everyone's time in the first place because I have friends in America and Europe and Asia. Oh, you do play Warframe? Who's your favorite frame, if you have one? Who even farms anymore, right? We have food shortages for everything. Are we sure people are still farming? We have a potato shortage in South Africa. Apparently there's an egg shortage. We're just gonna starve to death? No one's farming anymore. It's very strange times that we live in. Groceries are very expensive at the moment as well. Yeet Master! What a name. Your favorite is Mesa? Oh, you as well, Epsilon? You like Mesa? I I have her, I don't really play her. She's pretty cool though. She is very cool. If we look at usage, we were looking at this earlier. My top girlies. My jellyfish, the original jellyfish princess. You guys know I call Kokomi Genshin Impact jellyfish princess, but she's the original jellyfish princess. Because she looks like a jellyfish. And then Nova. I love Nova. Such a good frame. So good. I love her. And then my best girly. Queen of the Fairies. Maybe if the whole world did daylight savings, there would be more time for farming. You have an onion shortage in your home? You're gonna ask the neighbor if she has one? If she has an onion or if she has a shortage? The bird flu? Wait, y'all got bird flu? How dare you compare best girl? $7 for a gallon? I don't work in bucks nor gallons, but I'm going to assume that there's some kind of outrage at the price, Luna. Oh, your Mesa does really big damage. First frame I've crafted and still carries me through endgame. Damn! My first prime was Trinity. I admittedly don't use her much anymore, but I love her. The birds... Oh, the birds got the bird flu and they died. Rest in peace, birds. I know we had... Oh god, it was years ago, but we had an outbreak of listeriosis. I haven't played Banshee in a long time either. Oh, I wanted to show you guys this. Okay, so he's got a really cool skin. Can I look at it here? Or is this... Oh, yeah, I can, I think. Yeah, this. How cool. Okay, it's a bit hard to see. Let's go view it in the shop, because my paint job is a bit loud.
Excuse me.
Whoa! Thank you for the follow, Yeetmaster. Welcome, welcome to the posse. I just want to show you guys the skin, because it's... Oh, it's showing the feet as well? Yeah? That's the whole skin, right? Yeah. Anyway, he's a beetle. Because he's rhino. So I'm guessing it's like a rhino beetle. I love it so much. And the wings as well. Oh my god. I love it. I'm thinking of getting it, to be honest. It is very, very cool. But yeah. The only time I really use Rhino is for farming credits, to be honest. It's usually $2. Holy shit, that went up by a lot then. 34 Rand a liter. Okay, that is quite expensive. I think... I don't actually know what the price of petrol is at the moment. It's 20 something though. So for some reason it's quite a bit cheaper here. I wonder if it gets subsidized. I don't know. My Mesa's not as good as my Octavia. Easily deal. Ah! I really like Octavia, but I don't think I have a good build on her. I had her equipped earlier. I got the Miku helmet on her. She's a fun character, but I haven't played with her too much. Oh, it's sorted by name again. Another frame that I really like playing. Nova. Mirage, I've played a surprising amount. I didn't think I played with her that much. She's still got the ice ephemera on. And then Banshee. I love Banshee. But again, I haven't played her since Halloween that one year where they brought these wings out. I haven't played her since then, so oops. An onion angel? Oh no. Did your neighbor make you cry? It's hard to travel. Oh, definitely, definitely. Do you need to go out much? Me, I don't really go out at all, ever, really. I like to stay home. It's comfy at home.
Excuse me.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Epsilon. Welcome, welcome to the posse. Yeah, so those are some of the frames that I enjoy playing. I think when I'm feeling lazy, I like to play Nova. I used to play a lot of Mag in the beginning. Even though my first frame was technically, what's his name? Excalibur. I wish I had picked Mag, because she's actually really cool. She's really nice to use in the beginning of the game. You live at conventions? Ah, I mean, fair. So you do need to travel quite a bit. Have you tried Yareli? You know what? I have her. She's still got her cancer on her neck, but I didn't really play with her that much. I think I might have just leveled her and not built her, because like if I equip, I don't think she has any mods. Probably just health. Yeah, health and shield. Pretty bad because he's outdated. Oh, I don't have Excalibur Prime. I just have like the base Excalibur, unfortunately. I have Umbra, but even then I don't play with the Umbra. Yeah. Trying to think now. Cora is pretty cool. I used her for a little bit, but now, yeah, you can see any of the ones that have that little like thing on their neck. Those are characters that I leveled and then forgot about. Whoops. Rev, I'm building his prime at the moment. He actually looks quite nice for a base frame. He looks quite nice for a base frame. Harrow, he's level 0. But I did use a little bit of just the normal Harrow before. I can't remember why I built him. I like playing support characters, so I think that's why I built him. Is there a legend of Cora? Yes. So Cora is actually really cool. I am currently building her prime, but she has a cat.
If I may say, your chosen Warframe
And she matches this kitty cat. So I don't think I have the skin for it. But basically that skin is from her cat. It's this one. Oh wait, hold on. This one. You see the roses and stuff? So this matches the skin that I have for the cat. I just didn't buy the skin for Cora. Don't ask. Oh wait, I do have the skin. Wait, what? Huh? Why did I never equip it? My brain's buffering. Excalibur Prime is nowadays is equal to regular Excalibur. Really? At least he looks cool. It's something that you can brag about. If you do have him, you can be like, "Hey guys, this is how long I've been playing. I have Excalibur Prime." You would never use him, probably, but you know, you can show it off to some people. This skin's very cool because she looks like a kitty cat with the ears at the top there. I did not realize that I had that skin. My brain is broken now. I don't remember buying this, I'm not gonna lie. The confusion is real. Anyway, yeah, because I'm getting the prime, she's probably gonna get subsumed at some point. So I can't continue with the story that I wanted to do. Because I need to have a rig majiggy thing. You know what I'm saying? You understand the words coming out of my mouth? Even if you don't, it's okay. The big robot thing I was building, so that's gonna be ready tomorrow. And then how much will it take? For the whole boy. 72 hours, so it's like building a frame. Oh my god. Okay, so it's gonna be a few days before he's ready. Because I'm not in the habit of rushing these things. Hmm. You see the little thing on my neck there? So I have to go and get it removed, otherwise I infect other people. I mean, I'm probably not going to use Cora, but... You can also turn it into a pet. Remember I showed you that, like... What did I call it? Like, virus puppy?
Sadly, this vile mass
The virus puppy. You take that thing off your neck, and then it turns into... Oh yeah, I wasn't done showing you guys the pets as well. Where's my virus puppy? Why can't I see him? Where's my eyes? There he is. This one's name is Latte. Don't ask me why, I don't know. But yes, you create a pet. You create a pet out of it, it's kind of gross. A virus sans? Sans? Oh yeah, so some of the other pets, so we got new ones. And I named some of them after racehorses, and then some of them after battleships. So we've got Vodka. I can't remember Vodka's full name. But there's Vodka, Tokai Teo. These are all the racehorses. And then Simboli Rudolph. They're like foxes, I think. Vulpa Phyla is what they're called. Not vulva. I had to pronounce that very carefully. Vulpa Phyla. Like a fox. And then there's other like weird puppies, and these ones are named after... Did we look at T-Bone? I think we did. These ones are named after battleships. I think this one's pronounced Prince Eugen. I'm not too sure. Eugen. There's Kongo, which I think was a Japanese ship. This is a big boy. And then the last one was Bismarck. These are all... The only reason... They have weird names. The only reason they have those names is because of the animes about the horse girls and the ship girls. That's what I named them after. Because at the time I was watching Uma Musume. Simboli Rudolph was my favorite. So yeah. Your dog is named AK-47. Which one? Which one did you name AK-47? That's cute though. And then we also have like drones. So this is one of the research drones. It helps you with... I think it helps you with fishing. But also scanning things in the water. And then this one is the Railjack. Which is like a space mission thing. So it helps you on the Railjack. I don't know if we have specific other ones. There's Worm. He looks like a little dragon. I love him. He's adorable. Precious baby. You can also customize them, which I think is very interesting. So this is what he looks like originally. This little sad wormy. But I got the fancy version. So he's a big, long, fancy wormy. He has other skins as well. Okay, that's kind of cute. That's adorable, actually. Oh my god. And then they have different attachments that they can put on. So they have little sockets. I don't know if you guys can see very well. Oh, Wolfie's back as well. Hi, Wolfie. Hi, Hooded. So they have little slots. I think he's got one on his tail as well. These are just masks that you can put on them. If you want to give them a face for whatever reason. I almost bought this one because it looks creepy as hell. I think I only have the one. This was like the Twitch drop. Gonna get some foodies. Give the poor worm arms. There we go, there we go. And then he's got a tail as well now. I only have the Twitch stuff. But there we go, there's my little dragon. You should save. Save what? You sent a friend request? Okay, let me... Go boop. Boop. I don't know why I thought we were already friends. Sorry, Luna. Yeah, and then you can customize the colors. There's my little dragon boy. He's very cute. You need to go get some food, Hooded, and no worries. We just chillin'. What other robots are there of note? I think carrier... So this is the normal carrier. Here's my one. This is a shiny boy. He also doesn't have anything. If we put stuff on him... Not upgrade. Appearance. Attachments. Because we can give him the same... Oh, that's his face? I thought that was his face. Whoops. It's wiggling around like it's a face. That was confusing. Where's your wings, buddy? I've honestly... What the... I feel like that didn't attach correctly. Should we try that again? No! Is he broken? Or is that just what he looks like? You okay, buddy? Flawless. Yeah. He looks like he's stretching to go fight someone. Oh, I only have one that works on him, but it's okay. It looks amazing. This one maybe not so much, but the other one looks very cool. I quite like Worm. I think Worm is adorable. Makes my heart happy. Who else? I've got Helios. Also is naked, doesn't have any things. Oh, and Death Cube. I forget about Death Cube all the time. Let's put some fancy things on. And by fancy, I mean the same thing that everyone else is wearing. For some reason, Death Cube is also black and gold instead of the typical white and gold. I couldn't tell you why. Is he wagging his tail? The box of doom. I don't use this guy, I'll be honest with you. I do not use this little guy. But there we go. Oh, you were talking about the worm? Yeah, the worm is my favorite one. If I... Oh, that's just a whole skin? That's a whole ass skin? I see. Interesting. Gonna make some food. Enjoy, Luna! Make some for the class. Oh, and I have a shitty weapon on at the moment as well. I don't remember... Was it Sweeper? One of my weapons I put stuff on. I think it was this one. If I do use a robot, I typically... I think Carrier's not a bad one to use. But I just use the worm because he's cute. He's Slinky Boy. Chicken takes so long to defrost, it does. There's a crab skin? Wait. Crab? Oh wait, for the cube? Oh, I scuffed that. Let's go back. This? Carabus? That's the crab? Oh my gosh. You need powder? What's powder? This is very cute though. Oh, this is orders? Oh, that's cute. Look at his little happy face. Wait, what powder do you mean? Whenever someone says something that I don't understand, I'm always just wondering, like, are they gonna weave a these nuts joke into it? How is this working? I have a wild distrust of people because I had someone come in. Whoa! I had someone come in here earlier and try and get me to say a word several times, but it would have. I think it was Gurney, but if you cut the word in half and you put the back on the front, it makes you say something else. And if you try and say it fast, it's going to obscure what you're actually saying. So I just banned them. I didn't even give them a moment to explain. I was just like, goodbye. I don't want none of that. No. It's so stupid. It is. But you know what? People who do that kind of stuff to strangers, they honestly don't have anything better to do with their time. So I just straight up banned them. I was like, goodbye. Alright, okay, I can't do any story. What can I do? I just want to go have a look at my map. I think I have completed... I was gonna say I'm gonna go complete maps, but I think I actually completed everything because I have the steel path unlocked, so I think that means I did everything, question mark. It's been so long since I played this game. Goddamn. You have a lot of nothingness to do. I've got a lot of story to catch up on and leveling stuff. I need to like level my frames and stuff like that. Go stand in populated areas and rickroll people. I could. I do have a drop boost on though. I haven't played on Octavia in a while. Do you remember us seeing Octavia before, Joggin? Where's my girly? There she is. Miku-chan! I might just go continue doing a bit of farm for, for, Oricon cells. Anyway. You have retained nothing? Ah, you need to complete Angel of Zariman. I have a lot to complete, actually. So, Epsilon, if I go look over here, I'm very far behind. I have to do this, but I can't do this because I don't have a... What is it called? Necromech. So I'm currently building the parts for my Void Rig. Because I was missing parts for ages. But it's fine, I've bought some parts. I bought off Warframe Market because I like really needed the things and didn't want to go farm them. And then I have to do Veilbreaker and Angels of Zariman. And then there's the Call of the Tempest Starry. I don't know what this is actually. Oh wait, this is Sevagoth's thing? Can I go do this? Oh.
Crew. Corpus traffic detected within abandoned void space lanes. Easy pickings. Void storms a possibility.
You remember the song?
Barf bags.
What?
Jargon 1674 screamed. 100 biddies. I have found some bits in the elevator, but you can have them. I think they're still fresh.
Thank you for the biddies. Ah, thank you, friend. Yeah, the sound and stuff are working again today, so that's good. Alright, let me switch Roonies then to a different frame. When in doubt, Nova. I love Nova for everything. Where is she? Nova is good girl. She's best girl. Let's go Flamethrower and my favorites, the Stoobies. And then we'll keep Reaper, we'll keep Nanette. It's mostly Railjack? Shit. Do I have to use my Railjack? Because I think my Railjack's kind of crappy. No, you, Mal. Times infinity. Fuck.
Meditation. That which can be destroyed by the truth
Ooh.
should be.
Good day.
You gonna spend time with your brother? Enjoy, have fun. Okay, so I have to go do a quest now? Is it this? I haven't used my... I haven't used this in so long. What MR are you? 26! I'm a baby! It's not too hard, you think? Oh, Lord. Look, I didn't really do a lot of, the railjack stuff. Because the only person I really play with is my boyfriend, and he gets motion sick. So, like, it's difficult because he can't do the railjack stuff. So I have to play by myself. It's such a good game mode. When it works? Wait, what do you... It doesn't work sometimes? Where am I supposed to be going, though? I'm not gonna lie, I really do like this, the flying around and stuff. Scavenge for resources. What do I need to hit for resources? Apparently not that. Aren't there things you can shoot for resources? No, these things just despawning in front of my face. Cool. This is fine. There's a shiny thing. No? Is that far away in the distance? Am I dumb? It doesn't work most of the time? Oh my goodness. Oh wait, what's that way? Leave it go. Alright, no worries, Luna. No worries. Ivy did hit the things marked in red. Oh, so this thing? Ivy popped me a message. Is it this shit? Ha 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 ha, thank you. Do you auto pick it up? Yeah, you can tell that I do not play this game mode at all. And also my shooting is questionable at best. At worst, it's appalling. Whoop! Bye! Rest in pieces, you bitch! Sorry. You don't have any friends who like to do it with you? Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer. Also, thank you for bearing with me, guys. It's been a very long time since I played this game properly. So I'm a bit of a dummy. I think I have a crewmate on the ship with me. I'm hoping that he just takes care of things, but hopefully this is like a dumbed down version of the thing. Like what is that other? I can't remember the frame now. Was it Atlas? We used to have to fight some boss, but you had to fight him in Arkwing. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. They changed it. I don't think you farm him that way anymore. I think you have to do a different mission for him now. Look at this guy with his stinky shield. What an ass. What an idiot. What an idiot. Woo! You're a bit too close, bud. You also. You wanna back the fuck up? Do you wanna get out of my face? These motherfuckers. Is it still the big boss for Atlas? Ah. I wasn't sure. But I know they changed one of the frames and I was like, well, thank God I did it before they changed it. It's a glorified sponge. Yeah. My Arkwing is not very well leveled. So. And I had to do it by myself as well. So it says a limit. Oh, there's one more. Oh, there they are. I had to do that by myself as well, because like I didn't really have friends who were Well, I have friends who play it, but like trying to get people together to play this game is actually like herding cats. I don't know anyone who plays this like as their main game, basically. How far away is this motherfucker? What the hell? Oh, there we go. I'm actually hitting him. Interesting. Nice. Do I need to go there to pick up anything? No loots? Embarrassing. Oh, no, I did get something. We're good. You often end up as the cat herder. I am a cat herder. I can't tell you why, though, but I am the cat herder. Aquin gets a lot easier when you get a necromech. Oh, for reals? Your red pepper is pregnant. Was there a baby inside? Oh, where am I going? Bearing with me? Oh. I'm not a bear, Joggin. Taniki desu. It's just that, you know, the options for ears in some apps is a little bit limited. And bear ears is as close as I can get a lot of the time for my models, so... I have not been listening to this okie dokes, but... Did I die? Baby is not going into the food. You're gonna eat the baby? You can't eat baby, Stitch. I mean, you can, but you probably shouldn't.
I should have expected tenorats among the flotsam.
Whoa.
Sequester that railjack for parvos.
How about no? How about kiss my ass?
Not an option. Isolating escape corridor. Anomaly detected.
Whoa! Am I that bad at shooting? Ooh!
Phosphine cliffs. That takes me back.
I see you, you bastard.
Woo!
I see you. Contact Parvos Granum
What?
immediately. Get me authorization for multiphasic ordnance. Tell him I've
Ow!
found the damned ghost.
Owie, owie. Why you gotta be so rude? Wah! That was spicy meatballs, not gonna lie.
Evasive. Focus shields.
Isolating escape corridor. All hands, evasive maneuvers.
What am I evading?
Escape corridor locked. Grab something.
Grab something? Hold on to your buttholes, everyone!
Captain Glarios knows something about
Load shedding in an hour. Oh, Epsilon, you're also from South Africa.
and recover.
Shit, sorry about the load shedding. I have load shedding at 8 to 10, so that sucks. As long as she has that background music, she can say when she wants. That's also true. Baby peppers are filled with double the amount of vitamins and are much sweeter. I mean, that makes sense. Where are we going here? We just Newman. Ooh. Them's baddies.
Crew, disable priority targets before hitting that capital ship.
Yes, crew. Do that thing. Whoa, shit!
Take the fight to them. Launch ram sleds.
Wah! Whoa. I love that they show you where to shoot to actually hit them properly. Because Lord knows, I really struggled with the ship missions in Ratchet and Clank. Because those ones you also had to... What is it called? Lead? You had to shoot like in front of them to actually hit them. Was that everyone? Okay, I think we're good. Huh? Whoa! Who's hitting me? Is it the big ship? There's small boys. Ah! I'll be honest, I don't like the Arcwing missions too much because I always have to do them alone. What? Bro, too close. Too close. Who asked? The Railjack Cephalon has quite a nice voice for a secondary Cephalon. It is. He sounds very evil though. He sounds very evil. You know, like in a movie about AI, he sounds like the AI that's takes over your ship, you know? Y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Wait, guys, you wanna relax? Destroy the security nodes. Am I supposed to be destroying things on the ship?
Locating breaching points. Launching ramp sleds.
You can piss off. Thank you very much. I think I do need to go after things here. Yeah. There's a battery. Aha! Uh-oh. My gun's overheating. Ta-da! Okay.
Launch torpedoes.
What did I need to... Woo! I'm gonna die now.
We are breaking apart. Immediate repairs.
Do I need to get off and do the repairs, or... will my friend do the repairs? I'm gonna die. Good job, guys! Because your captain's a dummy. Oops. Did I get it?
We need heavy ordnance. Fire torpedoes.
Oh. Wait, am I getting shot at again? Oi, 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 oi. And yes, I do have a Discord. Someone just did the linky dinks now. Okay, I do need to take care of these guys, right? I don't need to worry too much about the cannon shooting me, even though they are a pain. They're not the priority. Where is that last guy? Oh! Where did that shoot? Ugh!
Proceed to your primary objective. This is not a drill.
Yeah? We going inside? Oh boy.
Launch torpedoes.
What?
See them evade that.
No?
Hull breach. Repeat. Hull breach.
I'm confused. Was I not supposed to go in there? Did I go the wrong place? My ship stuck? Hey?
Ongoing. Equip your Omni and rectify this.
Am I supposed to exit the...
Sealed. Railjack integrity.
Exit the ship? You guys can fix the ship. I'm gonna... no. Exit! Looking like a lurker! Thank you, Samwise! I hope you're doing well. I think I need to go inside here. Sorry if I did miss any messages. I'm not... Oh, no! I'm bad at this, guys. I should have brought Ivara. Oh man, stealth is not my game. Oh no! Uh-oh. I gotta bring Stealth Mommy to these missions. She saves my ass more times than I can count. Because I have the stealth of a baby elephant with butted feet. So, you know, if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know, then I don't know what will. No, what is the other one I was supposed to use? Was it? Yeah, this one. Oi, these guys are making my life difficult. Why you just stop tattling? Just let me live my life, man. You have the stealth of a baby? Babies are stealthy? Or you... I mean, babies can be stealthy, actually, now that I think about it. Ah! You, silence, fool. When babies are eating something or doing something they're not supposed to be doing, they can be pretty stealthy. Like puppies, you know? If you have a puppy or a child and it goes quiet, you should be very worried. I ain't about that stealth, yo. No sir, not me. Could never be me. Shit. It's already purging? Oh, fuck. I might have to restart this and just choose Ivara instead, because that's my way of going through fences when I'm on Nova. Oh. God damn. Babies with void oh, you mean like... You mean this baby? I forget this baby exists, I'm not gonna lie. Can they go through like the fences and shit? Oh, yeah, I completely forgot about that baby. I'm not gonna lie. There's a child inside every one of us. They are not immune to lasers. Oh man. Can I make a return? I don't know if I kept the receipt, to be honest. I bought it a few years ago. None of that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know if I have the receipt. Damn it. But I'm not very good with the operator. And I actually have no idea what's on my on my amp. I don't know what amp I'm using or what's on it. Oh, it's Taro! Taro. I was reading it as Tato and I was just like, oh my god, are they mine? Am I murdering my people? No, I'm not. What is that dash? Did it always look like that? Yeah, but I'm a bit of a lazy bum when it comes to the stealth missions, so I just use Ivara. I'm just like, nope, you will not perceive me at all. I will slink in and slink out silently, minding my own business. We're gonna pretend we didn't see that gold hand over there. It's useful because it's invisible. That is also true, yeah. Wow. Not immune to lasers, though. I don't think I need to go that way, to be fair, but I'm gonna go look anyway. Just in cases. Just in case, you know? You don't know what you'll find in here. Maybe something cool. Maybe a button to turn everything off. No? Okay, well, fine. I guess we'll leave everything on. Luis! Sneaky boy. My mother tried to do a return, but they said no. So I think you're boned. Butts. Okay. I don't know. There's something down there, but maybe not important. Aha! Please let this be a shortcut into the room. Got him. There any lasers? There are. Wee.
Exemplary service record. Rescue total 2,017 souls. Cited for bravery in the second and third Tharsis engagements. Multiple commendations.
Oh.
A legend.
This was just another bamboozly room. Oh, guys, I need to be right back. Sorry to do this. I am not gonna throw you on a BRB screen, however. I'm just gonna disappear for a bit. I need to go and fetch my dinner. It has been delivered. I'll be back in a second. Let me throw some vibey background music on for now. Some elevator music. Be good! Did I turn off the PC audio? Unwars your frame? Oh my god. Also, I got something that's a bit harder to eat. While streaming, so I think what I'm gonna do is maybe put on a video. Thank you, Wolfie. We got chicken licking. I want to see if I can just find like a compilation video. There's a video called Best and Funniest Gaming Moments of 2022. Let's see. Let's just change it. Just chatting for now while I munch. And then funniest gamer rage. And then we can just go bap.
Welcome to the ultimate gaming clips of 2022. These are the funniest, most viral, and most memorable clips of this year. This is the worst yet funniest CSGO round ever.
What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Stitch.
I just got mollied. I think they mollied me. Where did your molly hit?
I didn't throw it yet. Want me to throw it?
Yeah. Okay, I'm blind. They just threw a fucking perfect flash at me. These guys like know right where I'm at.
After 4 years of trying, Panda finally got the M4 Glacier in PUBG Mobile.
Luck is gone. I should stop.
Should I give up on Glacier?
Oh, let's go! Let's go! Yeah! Finally! Oh my god! We finally got it! We finally got it!
These are about like pew pew games that I know nothing about, so this is great.
Damn! That much? But this game's not scary, bro. Oh!
This guy uses a musical instrument as a controller.
Let's go! Let's go, man! Holy shit! It's me blacking out. Yeah, go. Oh, there we go.
Do you need the hospital?
Nah, mate. Hospital's for girls. Come on. Yeah, fine, mate. Fine. I'm still walking, right? Yeah. Still walking.
This is the most adorable gaming moment of this year.
I know exactly who you are. Lord have mercy. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused.
Here's the super chat that started everything between Speed and Ronaldo.
Hence, through super chat, what soccer football team do you support?
Cristiano Ronaldo, Suey.
And here's one of Speed's happiest moments in FIFA.
I do not like that guy. Anyway, I was laughing. I'm not just enjoying the food.
You're cheating. Grab a gun.
Oh my god! And the esports award for the content group of the year goes to Soul.
Don't laugh with food in your mouth. Someone's mom, probably.
I can't imagine how many times this guy must have raged to beat this game.
Woof. Huh?
小跳回旋踢接2连踢踢过来之后别动，五牛泰山，尖峰插针你插插，插完之后我插插，往左，勾下零，小跳，哈都根，阿优根，1、2
，Oh my god，
1、2回来，节奏先过1、2，墙倒中人推1、2，
我
回来勾5，回来准备大跳，大跳准备，2跳准备，空跳准备，回来走你1、2下来1走。 回来，回来，1、2，别急
！Battlefield pilots are built different.
What the hell?
Easy going.
Papa, behind you, behind you!
This is probably the strangest bug in
That's what you get.
Use Trent. Wait! VAR! It's in! It's in! The f***? Where's the ball, bro?
What the heck? Speedrun? Oh. Ooh. What? I've never even seen this part of the game. What the? Space? Eh?
This triple wall bang is Shroud's most suspicious yet most viral clip of the year.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I'm cheating.
I don't understand these pew pew ones. What, did he not just shoot at a wall?
Okay, I'll get away, sir. What's his deal?
This
I cannot
is
imagine
hands
being
down
in
the
that guy's
best
chat.
FIFA goal scored by a goalkeeper.
The keeper compelled to clatter it clear. Skipping away.
I'm also probably not gonna understand this one. Oh?
Yo, Chad, why this game?
Play for fun means.
You need her son to translate FIFA? Yes. I don't understand the football. Are they just throwing a grenade back and forth? Wait, what?
This clip looks straight like an 80s movie scene. Here's the best Valorant 1v6 of all time.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you like bread?
Did he just get in the water?
It depends on the kind of bread, surely.
What's your dirtiest fantasy?
Whoa!
Some other time.
This is bullshit. I'm out of here.
No! Goodbye!
This is the unluckiest moment in Modern Warfare. I wonder if he
I'll be
deleted
back.
the game after that.
Secure the area. Locating the next hard point. Get ready. Enemies inside the perimeter. UAV is bingo fuel. RTB at this time. Our UAV is orbiting the area. Target area. Enemy UAV active.
Ugh. No wonder why he has no friends. Oh shit, what the hell? I'm jumping, fuck that. God damn!
This player is struggling to kill a bot in PUBG Mobile.
Officer, I'm so sorry for everything I've ever done in my life. I'm sorry for speeding. I'm sorry for even existing and crashing into you to this moment. I just want to apologize for everything. And
Good lord!
Thank you so much for your service. And God bless. And have a great day.
Hey, have a good one.
I'm back, I have coffee.
Apology, alright.
Okay. I've had enough of men screaming and shooting at each other. I don't know about you guys. Luna, did you get foodies? Oh, that's the wrong screen, but it's okay. I can go back to the game. Bam! Wow! I thought you were playing a new game. Sorry, Luna. This is like the only shooty game that I will play, to be honest. Alright, I was in the middle of a mission, wasn't I? Lolle. Who knew? Certainly not me. All I wanted to do was shoot the Roomba. What about Destiny 2? I've never tried it. I don't have any plans to try it, to be honest. For no reason. Other than I play Genshin Impact, which already uses up a lot of my time. Which is why I'm behind in the Warframes. Because I've been playing Genshin for about 2 years now. Listen, guys, I'm just trying to steal your datas. Can you relax? I'm just doing my job. You know? It has too many paid DLCs. Yeah, I guess that would prevent me a bit as well, to be fair. You.
Lost during a void storm of unprecedented magnitude.
They used to be free, not anymore. Ah.
Contains a black mark. Refusal to withdraw. Logs record final transmissions. Calling into the void.
You got food? What did you get, Luna? I had I don't know if it's probably a South African thing. It's basically just fried chicken though. Like similar to KFC.
Still waits for an answer.
Meow. That's why I put on a video, because I was like, nah, I can't play. I can't play anything while eating fried chicken. Oh shit, I forgot I was doing railjack and I have to go find my ship. Ah! Okay. It's this way. How do you get back in? Oh, like that. Obama fried chicken? I do not know Obama fried chicken. Wait, what? Did I just go straight back into the... Release me. I thought I was re-entering my ship. Enter ship. So I had Chicken Licken. That was the brand. Whoa! Okay. You don't really eat chicken? Oh man, I love chicken. Also, what is hot dog? I don't know how to pronounce that either. Oh, sweet pancakes? Did you bring some for the class, Luna?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hi, Sean. How are you? Hello, motherfucker. Yeah, I don't know what to do now. Whoa! That's my ship. It's called Natato's Potato. Because my ship used to look like a potato. How you doing, motherfucker? I'm good, motherfucker. How you, motherfucker? Is there an age requirement to be here? I mean, I cuss all the time. I definitely have a potty mouth. So, I prefer people to be at least 18 years old. I don't want no itty bitties. No small children's. Okay. What do I actually need to do for that quest now? Because I'm at my dojo? Question mark? You'd love to give some? You made too much. Ivy isn't here. Yeah, she said she was traveling. She was flying. Oh wait, I finished this? Lol. Wait, really? No worries, Sean. I'm doing good. How are you? Oh, I'm not done with this. This generation is evil? What generation? Oh. Oh, it's just gonna take me there? She left when I fell asleep and just realized she ain't here. Oh! She did a hit and run. She's like, bye, bitch. Doing very well. You playing some Warframe? Yeah! You gonna grind some relics? Hell no! I don't hate myself. The 8-year-old at your sister's school trash talk. I mean, they're kids. They're kids, so, you know. Is this not what I just did? I'm confused. I don't have anything I want to farm in particular. At the moment. If I didn't have all the frames, maybe I would do that, but yeah. Whoa! I don't know, bro. You tell me. Oh, okay. He knows. Guess I'm just a passenger for this dialogue then, I guess.
Countersign unsatisfactory. Evasive maneuvers.
Me?
Attempting to reopen communications.
Don't know where he's going. Evade his attacks. Is he shooting me?
Comms channel reopened.
Lol. You have 1,200 hours? I have 1,075. But I haven't played it in a long time. So I'm very far behind. She? Is the ship a girl?
Tempestari. All aboard. Your mission complete. The Tempestari has lowered shields. Crew, your presence is requested aboard the Tempestari.
Oh? Please be good, my crew member. Just take care of the sheep, thank you. I need to go noom over here, apparently. 987? Damn.
Into an unknown realm. Tread lightly.
Meow 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 meow. Whoa!
The shadow. Concentrated void energy. He is not conventionally alive.
Tell her I have over 1,000 hours in Warframe. I have 2,500 in Guild Wars 2. I don't even know how many hours I have in... Wow, you don't need to tell me about the grind. I clearly know. I clearly know about the grind. Thank you very much. Ain't no man explaining going on in this chat. Don't tell me nothing. You can go tell someone else if you really want to tell someone, you know.
Their shields are down. Oh, sweet Tenno. You went and lulled the beast to sleep for me.
I wonder how many hours you have in Genshin. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. It's a lot. You have over 6,000? Damn.
When the Tempestari destroyed Lucretia platform, I drifted for...
No, not really, Mao.
Among the frozen fragments of my crew. My sisters. I dreamed their dead, gaping mouths were singing with me yet.
So it's into the void, now me girls and me boys, from mother's hands we go. We'll be sailing to the sun till the voyage is done, then we'll be sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow.
This is kind of weird, not gonna lie.
Down to the deep and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below.
Whoa. Oh, you pull them in and you whack them? Oh, it does not work on him apparently. Does he do radiation damage? Oh! Whoops. How do you fight this asshole though? Is this like a tutorial? Is this how they're doing games now? You slap him? Does it actually kill them or? I thought they were just teleporting away. Or did I die? Because my abilities don't seem to hurt them. Hey? You want to play Sea of Thieves? Looks like so much fun. Ooh. When Sea of Thieves again? They do die, but then oh, there was more. There was lots of them. Now I can chill and watch stream. What did you end up cooking, Stitch? Lovable VTuber model looks so sassy. She's sassy. Yeah, I do like her expressions. Sea of Thieves and Drankin. Oh, we're gonna have to try and coordinate for load shedding, you know. Do I need to get off the ship to do this, or? Oh wait, this is not Pardon, I just had a hiccup. This is not even my ship. I was like, why can't I do anything? Do I need to... go this way? Oh. Interesting. I could just get launched in. I'll call into work. You don't give a... Time to herd cats. We need a 4th cat then, right? Because it's 4 people? We can have a big ship. Jog and I only ever had the small ship. Because it was just the 2 of us. But if we can get a 4th person... I don't think I've made something this delicious. Oh yeah? There's a midship too. But wouldn't it be fun with more people? With 4 people? Pew 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 pew. There's a guy in here? He just parked ass right around the corner. Do I actually have to kill everything? Oi, this sucks. Because they're messing with the hack. These assholes. Okay. Okay, we're good? Okay, now we just wait for the next guys to spawn. Or not? Question mark? No worries. How much is Sea of Thieves anyway? I don't think it's very expensive for us, Mal. It's... yeah, Joggin says it's on Game Pass if you have that. But, what is that thing? Yeah, fuck you, guy. Why did he have so much HP? What was that? Just an extra coded fuck? By the looks of it. I don't know why he had so much HP. Being a little nasty ass for no reason other than just simply existing. Where do you guys play it? I play on Steam.
Forget capture. We'll sift through the wreckage instead. Tracers locked. Engage.
Uh-oh. Release me! Oh, just press X. You bought it forever ago? Yeah, we don't have issues joining, right? Jargon, we don't have issues with joining. Am I getting back onto this spooky ship? Cool! That made the joining quite good. Yeah. Blink.
is charging unidentified countermeasures. Stay in range. SWAT
Whoa.
down pests.
Oh god, the shooting's hard on this thing. Oh Lord, give me peace. In my heart, in my soul. Let me spray and pray, you bastards. I can't aim. Does it like auto-target though? Looks like it does. Whoa! Some kind of targeting at the very least. Whoa! Bro, can you not do that? That would be very cool of you. Whoa! Jesus! You don't calm down. And you also calm down. And you calm down. Thank you. Oh my... What? What is the storm? And how do I release it? Ordnance? Whoops! Whoa! Jesus! Okay. I'm just gonna go over here. The fuck is going on? It's 700 rand? What? Oh, what the fuck? Am I stuck under something? Oh, Jesus. Anyway. Is it really 700? No ways. Did they, like, do a different release at some point? Let's see. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you. View page. Thank you, hero. I hope you're doing well. Spin! Oh. Sorry, I was like tabbed out. Locate the life pod. Oh, we're going this way. Accidentally viewed. I want to look at Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves is 220 rand, Mao. It's not 700. It is cheaper for us, Joggin. It's not $40, Mao. I was taking a sip of coffee, that's why my thing was drifting. It said $39 when I checked. Did you check on Steam or did you check on the browser? Because you need to check on Steam itself. Yes, 220 bucks. Smackaroons. Which is like less than a third of the price that Jargon has to pay. Crazy shit, man. Ooh. What is this shiny boy? Yeah, but Mao, that's showing you in dollars. Your Steam doesn't show in dollars. You're on your work computer? Okay, that's fair. I told you it wasn't a lot, though. I know you're not an idiot, Mao, but I knew you were also looking at the browser, which I knew was going to show you the wrong amount. Mao, you're not an idiot. Don't be foolish. Oh my god, are those his pants? Oh. Don't make that face at me, sir. Now he putting his pants back on. New frame, new frame, new frame. New frame, new frame, new frame. I hope I don't have to farm for him. I hope it's all those story ones that they just give you the stuff. They're like, here, take it. New frame, new frame, new frame. New, 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 new. Oh. Not this place. I hate it here. Isn't this where we got Protea? Ooh. All those robot bits and you think she'd be a bit more mobile. Damn, the details in this, she's got pores. Imagine not looking airbrushed and smooth. Whoa. Is that Neff? From... It's Thanos. Warframe is now Fortnite? You need to farm Railjack? Oh my god, I wanna die.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. Do I? It's probably from all my crying. So I just get the blueprint? Oh. The corpus? Oh, it was him? Oh, man. What is this? What the fuck is this? Okay. That's my fuel? That looked like a mummy. That's kind of gross. Noom. I have not spent much time in my ship. I don't know if this much was evident, but... yeah. Mummies also fuel you? Oh no. Okay, well at least I did the quest. You can see Table Mountain from your front porch. Ah! You can see the sunset? Oh, that's nice. I don't think I'm honest, if I'm being honest with you guys, I don't think I have it in me to do those missions. So how do you know? Void Storm. I've done like nothing. How do you know which one is a void storm? Is it a specific? Ain't done fuck all here. Pluto, Neptune. Oh. Oh, okay. With the void effect? So like these ones? With the glowy? I can't do Neptune anyway, so it's okay. So this one? Man, but I would have to do it alone. No. Curses.
Got him!
Got him! Thank you for the gift, Subby. So you should save. That is a good name for gamers, but also people writing things on their computer or doing art. It's a good name. Alright, so how do I this is gonna take me to my dojo. God damn it. Proven good bean, yeah. Good bean, hopeful bean. People only do the Veil Void Storms? Ah, I see. It might be a little bit tricky. I might have to go solo through some of the things. Oh shit! Enjoy, Mau Mau. Hi, back.
Prediction. We have not seen the last of the Tempest story.
Bam, 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 bam. Okay, I got a bunch of shit. Nice. I got a skin for my railjack. Alright, I think there was a thing here. This is for the railjack, right? This is what I have on it. Oh my god, I don't remember anything. Nothing's leveled because I don't know what I'm supposed to have on this. And then we got 444 and 11, and I don't remember. I will probably have to go look at a guide and see. To be honest. How do you check? No. I don't know what to spend my points on. Commander's your best friend if you solo. Yeah? I guess I was hoping not to solo. I just want to close these. Yes. You get more crew? Ah! Maybe I should do that. Can you reset these things?
Everything in orders, operator?
Is there a way to like reset it if you make a boo-boo?
I will attempt to bypass this fault.
Or if you change your mind. You're like, I don't like this. This is shit. Or is it like a one and done? Oh, there isn't? Do people just max everything out then at some point? I built my railjack and then kind of stopped playing for a bit. So I kind of forgot about it. But I know there was a thing for the crew. I just don't remember where you fiddle with it. Because I know I have one crew member at least. So if you just have a lot of crew... Oh, at the dry dock? I just left there. I'm an idiot. I know that crew can be pretty useful. Don't you have to buy crew at the Fortuna? Hire additional crew. Oh yeah. I wonder, because I don't remember. Gosh, it was so long ago. No jokes. No jokes. I stopped playing a long time ago. You know what? If I'm gonna be rolling solo, maybe I should just put some points into command then. Because I can get a few slots then. For peepos. Maybe get 3 crew members for now. How far did I need to go? Level 5. Ah! Perfect. And I don't know about the rest of these. Is this my level or is this like the crew's level? I think it's my level. So I would probably be shooting more than anything else. But let's go see if we can find some crew, some peoples. Fortuna is on Venus? Yes, it is. It's been a hot second. I used to come here all the time when I was farming rep because I would do like the event kids and oh, I can't remember the other one. And the hunting as well. That was my favorite. I have a big collection of floofs. You get 2 crew with high gunnery and 1 with good repair. I wonder. Maybe I should have checked what my other one was. Hold on. Nope. I want to check. Because I know I got one. But I got one ages ago. And I have a colander for a brain, so I do not remember. So I would have to go check at the dojo. I'm in a South African clan for no reason other than someone invited me and I was like, okay. Okay. Oh, no. That was not the one I wanted to click. Also, there's more Nightwave.
Nora's got the goods for one lucky dreamer. Who's it gonna be?
Who's it gonna be? Oh! I want him. Ooh. Interesting. I didn't know they were still doing Nightwave. Hey yo, I have this one already. Are they giving it away at level 5? The last time this was out, it was like right at the end. Motherfuckers.
And we're out.
I want to fast travel to the dry dock. Yes. Whoa! Whoa! Aha! Okay. This man has got a 3 repair and a 3 piloting. Why is that flashing? Do I have to train him? Oh, he's got points. Do I put it like into repair? Because then he's got a 5 repair, then he can be my repairman? Or do I... Because he's definitely not going to be a gunner, I think. He can be just average at everything. I don't know how this shit works, but it seems like a good idea to make him a good repairman. He's got a very cool armor on, as you can see. Relatable. Have you ever gotten frustrated when you put ice in your drink and then it waters it down? To be fair, I don't drink stuff with ice in it. I'll eat ice cubes though, but I won't I won't put ice in my drink. I think I'm gonna put it on repair. Hi, Stink! I think that's a good thing. Yeah. Because he's definitely... I can't make him a gunner. I don't think he's... Contracts? Oh, that's this guy. Contract duration 430 days. What? Do I only get to keep him for that long? He's got an Ignis Wraithon. Okay, interesting. So, do I get to pick what he does? Assigned in slot B. Freeze some grapes. It does the same thing and it doesn't water down. Ah, you also get ice cubes in little, like, kind of like blocks. Like I used to have. I don't know what happened to them. We didn't really use them. So maybe Ray threw it away. What is this stink eye? Iflin! Blast from the past. Does Iflin still make Warframe videos? It's been a hot second. Tactical potato? Hell yeah, it's in the name. A potato. In the closet? Because it kind of sounds like you're in a closet. Wait, what? Is my sound bad? What? No one said anything. Tian, the only one confused about if they're in the closet or not is you. Tian, maybe you're in the closet, buddy. Perhaps. Ooh. Oh! Oh my god! Guys! Ooh. Oh, this is very cool. Just very isolated? What do you mean isolated? Also, Dan, welcome back. Guys, the difference. This is the other one. This one looks like a potato. We're gonna go with the big shiny one though. Everyone and their dog probably uses this one though. Or they probably have cooler ones that they've bought, but you know. Wear and tear all the way. Make it look fucked up. No. Yes, no. I like a bit of damage. I like that. Yeah, yeah. Interior? Oh. Hey, there's my guy. My dude, my man. There's another one. Who the fuck are these people? Never mind. Spaceship? Yes, my spaceship. It's my one spaceship. It's my fighting spaceship. I have a travel spaceship as well, but this is the fighty one. That motherfucker's huge! Goddamn! This bitch massive. Woof! Oh, right. So we were gonna go look for some new boys. How are we doing what, Dan? How are we playing this game? I'm playing on computer. I'm doing good, Dan. How are you? Would I be me if I wasn't a little shit? Throw me in the bin? No. I was like, how could she read that wrong? It's my favorite thing to do, Dan. So Mao has this habit of asking me, he's like, how did you sleep? And I'm like, with my eyes closed, how do you sleep? I actually just realized now, I don't know where we get new people. Kit guns, fish, gems. Would it be Ticker? Flush her with the poo? What the heck, man? Whoa, repair 5. Whoa, 4 gunnery. What does this one use? I don't have enough ISOS for this one. Damn it. If you're going to be a shit, goddamn. When someone asks me how I feel, I look at them straight in the eyes and say with my hands. That's fair. Damn, that's a good one though. None of these have gunnery things. They're also pricey. Oh, and they're from different factions as well. That's interesting. This one's cack expensive. Maybe I go do some shit quests. Combat is only for if someone boards your ship, I think. So, like, maybe that's not too important. A new emote wall? No? It's on the model itself. It'll just drop the emote on my head. Or it'll drop the emote, like, somewhere on the screen. So it's separate, technically.
Right you are.
So these robot people, when you first meet them, it's all closed up. But when you get to know them, they open up. And there's the person inside. It's kind of very weird if you ask me. But you know. So that's all of the people here do it. I can show you Yudiko as well. I think she's over here. My grandmother is stealing and hoarding boxes again. Why? Where's she going that she needs boxes? Here's Yudiko. And then she opens. And then there's a lady inside. These robot people are interesting, to say the very least. Who's this? Legs? He looks like a mechanic. So this is the new companion that I don't have. Most of the pieces don't matter. But you can make a doggy. There's his tail. I don't think this makes any difference. It changes the like point reduction you can use. I guess you would go more for looks than anything else, to be fair. Do you want a beefy square dog? Base hound. This looks the most like natural looking. The only thing that really makes a difference is the... Oh, I like that one. The only thing that really makes a difference is the head. So there's the Byra, the Dormer, and the Heck. The Heckin' Hound. And there's other companions you can make as well. The Mowers, which is a birdie. There's the Tian bracket. I don't remember which one I used.
Okay, I see where you're going.
I don't think this makes a difference. It's only the head. So here's one that looks like it's wearing a top hat. This one just looks like a bird. There's another bird. And this one looks like a parasaur, which is a dinosaur. The heck? You're going to bed early tonight when the power goes out? So do I. Maybe, yeah, not a bad thing sometimes to get early sleepies. So yeah, there's this and then there's a bunch of weapons that you craft as well. I think I need to buy... I don't buy the hound stuff from him. I think I've already mastered all of these. Yeah, and the mowers. Have I mastered the mowers? I'm not actually sure now.
Well, I'm also available for...
I'm pretty sure I did. Oh, I did. Yeah. It is just the hounds that I'm missing. Where do I get the hound stuff though? Not from him?
My family didn't make it out.
Whoa.
First time Sloris, you got stuck. You wanted a mower since you were protozoa? Mechanical friend? Fides at our boner. Wait no more cove, my gears or class. It's the daily special.
Bum, bum, bum.
I only take cash.
I wonder, I must get the hounds from elsewhere?
No sale. New items daily. Or as often as one can steal them.
Little duck. Oh, there's actually a new... Maybe the mowers are from somewhere, or the hounds are from somewhere else. Oh, I came here for people, but I didn't find any that I like the look of. I don't know if it's worth getting a temporary one. Let me go have a look quick. What is it? The business? No? Ticker?
A person gets told a lot of things over the course of a life. Who they are.
What is this?
See a little something something to make a house a home.
He reminds me so much of that guy. I can't remember what his name is now. He plays the giant crab in Moana. Fuck.
Nothing but the best for you, Stardust.
I really want this one. Who's cheap? You're cheap. The only problem with the cheap ones is they got shit stats. Because they both have lots of points in combat, which I'm hoping I don't need. I want this one. Let me hire this one.
It's a harsh universe, Stardust.
And then I will...
Watch out for each. Check back in a little bit. New merchandise all the time.
And then I will hopefully get some more of those other materials. So I can go and hire that one before it disappears. I don't know how this works, but it's okay. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, I have some mods on. I wonder what else. I wonder if these are any good. Is there a way... Ooh. Deploy Necromex? I don't even have one. Okay. Let us... I know there's a way you manage your crew or something. Why are there heads in their stomachs or chests? Is that not where yours is, Dan? Not currently. Hello! Hi, buddy. You good? Where's our new friend? Oh, there's our new friend. Hello! Oh! She waved. I was very misinformed about Scandinavian countries. No! It took me to my ship! This is not gonna take me to the dry dock. Okay, well fine. Guess I'll just fucking noom there myself. Let's go. So I don't really know it's kind of like future, like they're combined with like robots. I don't know exactly why they're combined with robots. I can't remember. But yeah, so the head gets protected in the inside there. I have no explanation for why that is the case, but you know. Let's go dry dock. I never questioned it. I'm not gonna lie. I never questioned it. I was just like, yeah, this is fine. Okay, so do I have to... Oh, assign role. There we go. So this one's currently a defender. If you assign them as a pilot, are they gonna be any good at being a pilot? Yeah, we'll leave this guy as the engineer. I think he's good as an engineer. She, on the other hand, looks like she's lost the goddamn plot. Let's see. We're playing Barbie dress up with our crewmates over here. Oh ho! Nah.
You are a true friend. Thank you. Whatever you say.
Did I accidentally unequip this other thing? I did. What a dummy! Yeah, that can stay none. And what are these colors? My god. Bum bum bum. What looks nice for an engineer? Kind of like that one. Yeah. Looks like you got a jetpack on. And you miss... I think I'm just gonna give 2 points in... Did I buy the crazy one? I'm just gonna put 2 points into... gunnery until I can get that other one. Wait, hold on. I'm using this as the pilot, aren't I? Yeah. But it wouldn't hurt to put points into gunnery, I guess. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's see appearance. We gonna make this bitch fancy. I don't know who designed Red Bull cans, but they yoink a mustache hair every Stop drinking Red Bull then, duh. It's like going to the doctor. And you say to the doctor, it hurts when I do this. What is the doctor supposed to say? Just stop doing it. Low on caffeine? You want low on caffeine? Yeah, we're gonna give her spiky wings because she's the pilot.
Captain.
Yes? Oh, wait, she was talking to me? I'm the captain now? Hehe. Want to be able to drink too and have my heart not explode. You know what? That's fair. That is very fair. What is she doing? Is she wibbling and wobbling around like a crazy person? I wanted to see... Did I favorite all these colors? Oh, I did. Look at that. Huh. I'm so smart. There we go. They're gonna have matching uniforms. Oh, wow.
Copy.
Awful colors, truly, but I like them. Wow. Is she doing that because she's the pilot? And she's pretending to shoot them down? Oh yeah, I wouldn't pick one of these for her. What says I fly better than a pair of wings?
This is the one. So be it.
She can run around like a crazy person. With her fancy wings on. Ta-da! Aruna! Hello! I hope you're doing well! Drink because they're tasty. The being awake is a nice side effect. That's also fair. I associate caffeine with productivity. That's why I drink it. I mean, if you can handle it, then sure. Bad things happen when I don't drink it, but I still convince myself that's not why I drink it. Do you get caffeine? What is it called? You're addicted to caffeine. You get withdrawal if you don't have. That's not good. I don't even drink a lot of caffeine, but I get headaches if I don't drink. We're not doing sigils. Look at my beautiful crew members. Beautiful babies. I just want to turn my ring light on because I'm currently sitting in the dark like a dummy. Okay. Let's go try and do some shitty missions and hopefully not die. Yeah? I can get onto my railjack from here, right? There's like an entrance somewhere? Ah. Hi, Hooded.
Meditation. The opposite of a small truth is a lie. The opposite of a great truth is another great truth.
Whoa. Hitting you so with some facts. Your app crashed? No! Are you good? How's the stream going? It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Have I only been streaming for 3 hours? I can't remember now. Oh! 5.5? Shh. So my OBS only shows 3 hours. Because my stream crashed earlier. And I was like, I forgot that it crashed, so I was like, what? Okay, what's the easiest quest? 32, 35. Is this the one I already did? I'm guessing this is the easier one. Requires intrinsics 5. How do you know what level you are? I don't know if I can do this. I did like the story version. Oh, I see. Remember all the poop talk? Oh yeah, we were talking about poop earlier. There's new people here, Hooded. Don't talk about poop. Oh, look, I have friends. Are those real people? Oh, the one has the cavett symbol. I used to have that picture thingy. I can't remember. Words are hard, man. What's cracking, guys? I don't know how to play this. Can I pick a gun? Where did the gun sit? Wah! Is this a gun? No, that is Exit. Shit. I know there's other guns somewhere. Here? Forward artillery! Let's go! We talking about poop again? Dan? Be serious. Be serious for a moment. I don't understand how this gun works. I just know this is a good way to, like, get materials. Wow! Do I have to charge this one? I can't just... Well... Ah. I'm gonna get out of that gun. I want to use those, like, side guns somewhere. But I can't think of where. Where the heck? Are they not supposed to be side guns? Are there people on the ship? Can I help you guys? You're not supposed to be in here. We're a bunch of assholes. F changes from big gun to small gun? Oh. I will go have another look. But I know that there was small guns like on the side, and they're awful because they give you like a full view all the way around. And you get sick. Is it these? No, that's Exit. Oh. These poor people I'm playing with, they're like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this person doing? How do I put out the fire? Do I just jump on it? I'm dying. Step on it. So you said F to change to the little gun? Whoa! Oh, yes! I can't actually see where I'm shooting though. Did I hit anything? We're gonna get out of this mission and it's gonna be like, you did 0 damage. Yeah, I wasted the big ones before. I hope someone else knows. Spit on it! Are they dead? You're off to clean the kitchen? Enjoy. I'm here to suffer only. Do I need to go? Do we all go do the mission? This shit's intense, man. This motherfucker's got a shield. I don't think I can hit him. Woohoo! Rip. Rip, buddy. What? Violence. Hey, I saw. That's the stuff that I needed. Oh. Okay, so this is the mission we're going to. Oh. Yeah, I saw us. Let's go. Whoa. Why did I get yeeted into the middle of nowhere? What the? I'm so confused.
Gunnery crews, launch torpedoes.
Welcome back. That was confusing. Wait, waiting for other players? Were we supposed to come in here?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. These poor people.
Tenno is in. Locking. Sending away crew. 5.
What?
4.
What? What's happening? Why is it a countdown?
1. 0.
Are we gonna die?
Arming torpedoes. Locking on to their signature. Firing. Mark.
How did this person die? We're sitting in a tunnel. Wait, this is confusing. I have small brain. Oh shit. Ooh, there's a big boy here. I don't have one of those. This is fine. Oh! What the fuck are those? Why am I stuck in the little people?
Failed to prevent the Tenno from boarding. Set them at once.
I'm stuck as a little person. Oh no, this is terrible.
More resonators means a bigger pulse field, means a bigger headache.
I got yeeted out of my frame.
That should give us some breathing space.
Oh, that's just a cat. Oh! Did they carry? Because goddamn.
Big nasty on the scope.
Eat shit and die. Oh, did it move? Are we supposed to move with? I have no idea what's going on. Hi, Mosin. You should MGL mom. I don't know what that means. I have no idea. Did I get yeeted out again? God damn it. Oh! It can't get up there? Wow! What's poppin'? Why is that so loud? Oi, oi, oi. Lemon is down. Lemon is a cat. My gun is not even good. This is very confusing, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I can change back into my frame. Now. Oh! Guys, I have the big boy now! We make stompies. We can't jump very much because, you know, it's small buildings. Okay. Pew pew time. Let's go. There's a boy down there. Hello. How do damage? Do you shoot him in the eyeball? This thing? Oh, whoops. Did I piss him off? Hee. Whoops. Please don't hurt me. Owie. Pew, 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 pew. This thing's got abilities. Whoa! Oh, I get turned into a turret. Oh! Okay. That's good to know. Extraction when you... Now! I feel the need now. Please tell me we're extracting. Oh. Hey, there's my frame. Are we not leaving? Are we still... Oh. Oh! Something tells me that was not the right way to go. Wait? No, now they went this way. Noom. Noom. Bastion? Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. There we go. How do you get out of this thing? Do we just have to leave? Oh, child mode lets you... Ah. Exit. Oh my god. That whole time I was just waiting to extract. Oh, fuck's sakes. If you throw him in the ocean, he becomes a crab. Sebastian. Ah! Sebastian. Bastian. Please don't leave me behind, guys.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Tango. Pew. Thank you for your help. I'm gonna call you Save, because you saving my ass. Saving me from embarrassment. I don't know what to do, though. I'm gonna let these people do their thing, because they're a bigger brain than me. Also, my mini-map is all wiggly for some reason.
We wanna focus on... we wanna focus on...
We cannot focus on nothing. How you doing, Tango? We're just sitting here. Oh, does this recharge over time? I'm guessing that's for fighting like really big boys. Warframe missions kind of need a necromech. The sentient things block warframes. Oh, I see. Oh, wait, are we done? Huh? Did we finish? Did we finish the mission? Do I just leave? Hair? Because I don't want to lose the stuff that I got. Either start a mission, go to dry dock, or just leave. Ah, okay. I don't want to, because... Oh!
Meditation. If we make our opponent flinch,
So I can leave squad now. Oh. Whoops. Only if it says abandon. Ah, thank you. Huh? Mission failed? What? Did I get the stuff though? Really, there's only one thing I care about. This stuff. And it does not work. I can't remember how much that other person cost. I want to go have a look. So it's fine. If it failed, it's okay. I will learn. Do people really play that mode? Because I remember when Railjack first came out, it was so expensive that the only people who could afford to build it was like a giant clan of people, and then they made it affordable for like single players. So I don't know if they changed something.
Love took me places, Stardust, and love brought me back. We fell to this good people and tested sailors.
Yes, I did get. Okay, so it said failed, but I still got the materials. So I want to get this one. Because it's got the high gunnery. Hehe.
They're just aching to get back into space. Check back in a little bit.
Flawless game mode. Not even a single bug. But did you say that you enjoyed playing it? Can I only look at intrinsics here? Yeah. Yoda! Yoda, how was your stream? You like it? Do you have any people to play with? Or do you just play with whoever you find, whatever randoms you join? I had to do all of the what is it called? The little jetpack ones. Fuck, I've already forgotten what it's called. I did a lot of that solo. If only it was useful or functional. But you can do this and then this. Oh, I thought you could teleport there. Fuck. You stream? Weren't you streaming earlier today, Yoda? I could have sworn you were. Am I going mad? I'm pretty sure I was watching you stream earlier. Was it last night? Oh my god. No pluggies, sorry. I once killed a stalker and got the war after leaving the mission. I started crafting him a game bug and said I disconnected a rejoin squad. Oh, we beat the mission. I got a second war. I want another one because I accidentally got rid of mine. I know I need it to make Broken War. Yay! Gunner. Hehe. Oh, I didn't see the combat one's also pretty good, so if anyone boards. Or if we want to change. Why are you set to defender? Weren't you a pilot? Yeah, because they're 5. I mean, they could be defender, because I'm technically the pilot. But I think we need gunners. So she's just a temporary. This one. Oh, I didn't give. Oh. They're the turrets? Oh. Well, I couldn't put any other points in. They're invulnerable? Oh, so I don't have to worry about giving a weapon? No pluggies. My Twitch has been fucked up all this time. It still says Gmax Yoda above the stream title. You did, but no pluggies? Repair, endurance, and combat are good. Ah. That's fine. I'm sure I'll get some good people at some point. Repair, endurance, and combat. Gives railjack speed, which is questionable. Oh. That's fine. I only bought this one so that I would have an extra person, but I guess I can give... Because I think this one came with the piloting 5. Repair, endurance, and combat. But anyway, Yoda, I was asking how your stream was. Pluggies or not. Stream Elements has been having technical issues? Yes, definitely. Oh, I see. Maybe I give this one a bit of endurance then. Or I could just give them gunnery points. Because if I can get at least another 2 there, then it's not terrible. I didn't put these points in though. She came like that. Because then we can also put you as a gunner. Yeah. All my rewards shut down on me midstream. Oh no! You have a suggestion, Epsilon? What do you have a suggestion for? Elite crew? Ah, so I probably won't keep these people then. If that's true. But they can just chill for now. They can vibe out. Alright, I'm gonna give you something different. Let's see. Let's give you something flashy, boo-boo. I quite like these ones. They got hangy bits. Woo 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 woo. Kuvalich? Oh, you can have a Kuvalich as a crewmate. It's been a hot second since I saw a Kuvalich, I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. It was green. Oh wait, copy main. Let's do main first and then just copy. It was the green and black and this purple, then this. What does this do? Oh, it's little metal bits. And then green. Ghastly colors, but I like them. Then the attachments, copy. And then what? Can be defenders with high enough command. Oh, that's fancy. Since Railjack is forgotten by everyone, literally any crew is good enough crew. So no need really to invest that much. Biff left the island, we found Eugene, then played Persona 5. Ah, yes, I was watching you play Animal Crossing earlier. So wait, did you also have Biff as one of your starters? Did you have Biff when you started? I need to give you something wishy-wishy, bud. Let's see. I like this one. Why he no change color? He can't change color. The gun animation. That's so funny. Does this one not change color? I think it doesn't. We can put the lotus one on. I just want something whooshy whooshy for him. Or her. But not spiky. I think this is whooshy whooshy enough. This is the most unimportant part. But I'm gonna do it anyway. Look at my beautiful babies. I made them all look different. They're all special. The one in the middle still looks unhinged. She looks like she's seen some shit. Two gunners, one engineer, and you park Wukong with a cyclone. With a clone in the middle to defend. Ah, and pilot with the child. You can pilot with the child? That is the most important part of the game mode. Fashion frame is endgame. Truly. Damn, Yoda, we had the same starter. I had Biff and Cats. Those were my beginner, my starter villagers, starter islanders, whatever you call them. Anyway, what is up with the contracts though? Because it says here 40 minutes. Do I only get it for 10 minutes? What? Oh, it's just like, thank God, because I was like, no ways did I spend stuff to get these things and only get it for 10 minutes. Is that even a whole mission? They're just gonna eject themselves once the mission's over? They felt bad calling it a human inventory. What? Good day. Hello. That's our new one. Our new friend. Hello, new friend. Look at you beautiful babies. There's our engineer. I don't know who this one is. Get out of here, you. Random people. Okay. Sure, boo-boo. Whatever you say. Okay, wait. I assume the progress works the same as, like, the other game modes. You finish the stuff and then you move on. Oh, wait, this is lower level stuff? Let me go do this. Free flight, not a fuck. Thank you very much. Let's go do this one. This is a baby level. I should do fine here, I think. I don't need to worry. But yes, thank you again for your help. I don't know about the lich stuff. I'm kind of lazy to do it. It's a bit of a lengthy process to do the lich stuff. Am I seeing right? You is framing too? Hi, Spawn. You play Warframe? Do you play Warframe? What MR are you, Spawn? This is the longest cutscene in the history of cutscenes. It's the game that got you into gaming? No ways! That's really cool. Whoa! Okay, so I know I don't have the right frame on for this, but like... Oh wait, I can't little person? Oh. What is my cat doing? Hello? Nunette? She's fucking... Oh, there we go. Huh. MR20? I'm 26. Oh, someone joined my squad. Okay.
Alert. Enemy cruise ship has translated
So are my little peepos now gonna shoot these things for me? Is that how that works? Your operator is freaking dope. Thank you. Yeah, I know I say I don't play pew-pews, but honestly, this is literally the only exception to that rule. You're lying to us? Saying you're just chatting? Oh, is it not? Oh, fuck. Lol. Lol. So I was eating and then I forgot to... Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh, it worked! Oh my god. I set it to just chatting earlier because I was eating and then I forgot to change it back. It's been like that for a while. That it has. That it has. I ate some time ago. About an hour and a half at the very least. Did we get him? Did we get him? Is he dead? Is he dead? How do you know if he's dead? Huh? I can't tell. Your internet died? No worries. Thank you for letting me know I was on the wrong category though. Honestly, I don't think anyone noticed. This fuck's still alive? I'm so confused. Is he not dead, Zos? Hmm? Am I missing something? Or what is that? Is that a friend? What is he even doing? Anyway. Guess I'll go this way. And go do the mission. I'm not familiar with this game mode. So I'm basically just wasting oxygen for now. So Spawn, wait, do you play a lot of Warframe? Do you do like the railjack stuff as well?
Incoming ram sleds about to ring the doorbell. Grenier dry dock. They are working on something. I want to know what. Infiltrate.
Let's go have a look at the mission. Nyong. Also, my cat's still doing weird shit. What is she doing? Truly, I am confused. Typical cat? Yeah. Being a little shit. Hopefully she sorts herself out. Boop. Nice. I just see like I'm constantly getting materials, but I have no idea what for. Is it the shit that I'm picking up here? Nullstones? The fuck are those? Does a filthy rich or wealthy person want to adopt me, please? Same, even me. How are you doing, Momo? Materials and affinity are global. Oh. So is my friend my friend's picking up stuff. I ain't even mad. Oh, he's closed. Where's the bottom? Release me. Ding dong! I want to go in there. How do? This is a secret tunnel. Oh, not that way. I can hear all the people behind there. Hmm.
One down, one to go. There it is. Blast that radiator.
Where? I'm so confused. Disable the asteroid hangar.
Experimental Grenier war vessel. Locked down tight.
I'll adopt you anyway, Momo.
I want to read.
Ah! I don't know what my friend did, but my friend did something. Thank you, friend. Steel destroyer. Did I just board someone else's ship?
Will make for interesting reading. Do what you want with that ship. I have what I need.
Do what I want. Is there anything I can steal in here? By the looks of it, not much. You can steal the ship? Listen, I have a hard enough time taking care of my own ship. I don't think stealing someone else's ship is a good idea. Unless I can turn it into scrap parts. Greamy Tex, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. This past week you've had a stomach bug? You have to buy a new car battery? Oi oi oi. 13 error codes? Whoa. But I'm okay. So you've just had a difficult week, but you're doing okay. How you doing, Groomy? Do you play I was gonna say, do you play Genshin? Where the fuck am I? And where is my ship? I don't want that ship. Let me in! There we go. You dislike Genshin? Oh, sorry. I normally play Genshin, but what are all these chuckle fucks doing on my ship? Get out of here, you buttholios. Yeah. Yeah, fuck you. Chuckle fucks. He's gonna fly? Okay. I will shoot. Hehe. Not in Genshin. Sorry. Do you play Warframe? That's what I meant to ask. I'm just so used to saying Genshin. Gosh. Oh my gosh. Imagine if I actually shot things. That would be pretty cool, right? Oh! Oh! What the fuck? Oh my god. That was terrifying. What in the motherfucker are you doing in my ship? That's pretty good. Oberon? Not Oberon. Please be serious. No! Who still needs Oberon pieces at this point of the game? God damn it. Cause is such a scam? Oh, yeah. Oh! Oh, this guy's had enough of me. I'm going to assume you're an experienced Tenno. Let's say not really, because I haven't played properly in a while. I definitely am not familiar with any of the Railjack stuff. Thanks, Matman. MLG. Definitely not familiar with the with the Railjack stuff. But I've played a fair amount. I have like 1,000 hours. So it's not like I'm a total dummy. I'm just gonna leave. Leave dojo. Yeah. Dong. You have just short of 200. Oh! And are you enjoying the game? I don't even remember what I did in my first 200 hours of playing this game. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a hot second. I'm MR 26. Going on 27. Not that you can see it because the chat's blocking it, but you know. You can just take my word for it. There. You're trying to get to login day 300? Oh man! I'm like at 200 and something. I think it was like 240 something. But I've been playing this game for years. So clearly I haven't been very consistent with playing it. But yeah, I know there's certain blueprints that you get at certain logins. I've just never really been fussed. Melee Sigma and Octanus? Wait, are those weapons or 400 is good? Ah. Wait, what do you get at 400? It's a sword and shield. Yeah?
Operator, the system needs you. Begin another mission.
Oh, from a login reward. I see. Oh, look how many fucking. That's fucking huge. That's not what she said. Oh, I like these ones. I have so many things to level. Ew. Let's not look. The Don't Fall mod? What? Is it Don't Fall mod? Hmm. I have so many stuff that I built and then forgot to level. Prime Sure-Footed is the Don't Fall on Your Ass mod. Ah, that's pretty nice. I like that. I hate being knocked down. Zenistar can use the big sword skin and is therefore the best weapon. What is that? Do I have it? I honestly don't remember. I don't use most of these weapons. Hmm. You get knocked down, but you get back up again. Nothing gonna keep you down. Me looking at any Warframe talk. Yeah, to be fair, I don't understand a lot of it as well because, like, you know, I only ever played by myself, really, and a bit with Ray. So, like, I don't know too much about this I want. It's a fucking huge saw blade. I don't remember how you get it, but it's fucking ridiculous. There's a... Isn't there a character who has this, but it's like a bike and they just ride it? I barely understand Genshin, and what terms I know I learned from you. You get it from the dojo? You know what? I was actually annoyed because my clan, there were a bunch of inactive people at some point. And so I never, there was like new stuff that came out. No one was contributing except me. So I got fed up and I stopped contributing. You can ride the ghoul saw. Oh, you can? It has a dedicated lab. Which one? Would be Chem Lab, right? What is this? Oh! Ghoul saw? Oh. Do I just need one of... Oh. Let's motherfucking go. Is it just one of everything? Rips through metal like flesh and through flesh like day-old pudding. Disgusting. Disgusting shit. I have Ureli though, so that's fine. Hell yeah! Oh, I didn't see what I needed for it. Let me look. I have everything. I remember at one point how weird this is gonna be to say, but I ran out of the one material here. What is it called? Polymer bundles. At some point, I ran out of polymer bundles. Such a common ass thing, and I ran out of it. I was like, what the fuck? Zenistar with the Dominion skin is the best thing to happen to this game. It's a super garbo weapon. Don't say this to me, Gribby. Don't disappoint me. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that it's... It needs this fish teeth! For fuck's sakes, I don't want to go fishing. I hope I have some in my pocket. Anyway, let's see if there's anything else, because I haven't actually been to all these places in a while. Hi, Tion! Gross! Yuck! Mustard. I think I've mastered all of these, to be fair. If I haven't mastered it, then I probably got it sitting in my crafting bench. Euphomophilia on Uranus. For polymer bundles. The statement's funny because you're a child. Yes. Adult child. Oh, that's not a weapon. Yeah, I've mastered all of these. Okay. And the chem lab? Probably everything here as well, to be fair. Oh? Oh wait, this is... It's crafted. I've made it. I just haven't leveled it. This one as well. Crafted. I got excited for a second. I thought I saw a weapon that I hadn't done, and I was like, oh wait, it's a flyboy weapon. Biolab. Disgusting. I think there's a couple here that I haven't done. This is crafted, it's not leveled. This is probably the grossest one. It's called Pupicist. Ew. Yuck. All of these weapons look very moist as well. I haven't made this one. Oh, that's why it needs all these fancy materials. That makes sense. I guess I am a child too then. We're all children now. Because we all laugh at them jokes. Do I just have all the weapons? I did... let's go look at... I don't know what's in Tenno Lab or Oricon Lab, but we can go look. Is this just frames? Oh, there's guns. There's weapons in here. I mastered all of these bitches. What is this? What is this? Oh, crafted. Never mind. I keep getting excited. Research complete, but I haven't made it. Because it needs these Charisma toroids, which is fighting a boss on the one planet. And I don't have people to do it with me, so I just haven't done it. Sag. Oh, what is this? Wielded by Caliban. Oh, shit! So this is something that I did a long time ago. Have I made this? Oh, this uses Nami Skyla. I wonder, do I still have... I've mastered it. I don't think I have these anymore. I might just get some spare blueprints. Because if it's a prerequisite... Or is it just a prerequisite to research it? Oh, it's just a prerequisite to research it. I'm gonna go crawl into a hole now. Anyway, I don't think I have this blueprint. I've obviously done that one. This one? This one's new. I wasn't playing when Caliban came out, so I don't know what he's like. You play Warframe? I do! Also, hi, Ryan. BRB starting Warframe. Good luck. That's all I'm gonna say. The wiki's gonna be your best friend. We'll take this. Because I definitely don't have that. That's when Caliban came out. I might have opened the game at some point when he came out, but I didn't actually play. So... This one is crafted. What is this? Is this a weapon? Oh, it's a pew-pew for the thing. Yeah, okay. Moving swiftly along. Yeah, I have all of these. I just haven't leveled them. Sweet! You have a Necros Prime. Spect almost triple drops. If you need to never die, your Broberon will keep everyone alive. Nice! I used to have those two to farm cards to sell for platinum. So many hours. Gosh. I only have about 1,000 hours. Fast travel. What is the Orokin lab for? Whoa! Don't need those boys. GG's Hassan! Oops. Gonna Loki's? No worries! I am gonna be finishing up soonish just because my power's gonna go out soon. But maybe I'll just do 1 or 2 missions with your boy. I don't know what this is. I got it from something. Some login or Twitch thing. Dun dun. Minute. I think I'm just gonna do a little more farming for those Orokin cells because I still have a couple weapons I need to get built. I got 2. You should have a skin for that weapon, or this one? This one? That's a shiny boy.
Operator, Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
I don't know. I got a bunch of stuff with like a Twitch thing. Just want to finish leveling that boy.
Operator,
No.
how the Tenno arm themselves.
3 weapons? Oh, I don't know. Don't know about that. I haven't really been playing much at all, so my stuff I think is a bit outdated. I don't know if we're gonna be waiting for people. No.
We are readying reinforcements. Fighting Tenno.
Oh, did we start? No? Yeah, I think we're good now. Boop. Uh-oh. I don't like when the lights flash like that. That's only bad news. Because we have that in South Africa already. I don't need to have it in my video games as well. Give me lights, man. Download was ruining stream, so I stopped it. I'll try again next year. But it's February! That is so far away. I was gonna say do it when you aren't watching streams, but I don't know. When you go to take a giant shit, perhaps. Hee hee. Beow. Meow. Download while I download. Download while you unload, maybe? You ate! Jesus! What the heck? Oh my god. Go, Nunet! It's your birthday! The heck? Sometimes I don't even get fucking 4 in an entire run. I got 12, just bam. Have some Arkansas's beach. I'll take that. I ain't complaining. Are you complaining? I ain't complaining. Also, Hooded, how are you doing? You said you were spending time with your brother. Is he doing good? Wait, why are the lights flashing again? What are you guys shooting over here? I just see red all over the minimap, but I can't see where the actual enemies are. Because I keep seeing my own guys. I'm just like, what? Oh yeah, there's like weird flashy people every now and then, and I don't know what they are. He plays the Pew Pew game, Valorant, and we talked about it a bit. And he made you play it? Oh no. Did you make him play Genshin? I was eating earlier and I put on a video of like a game fails or something. But like a very big part of it was just like Pew Pew games, and I was just like, I don't know what the fuck these people are talking about. So I was just like sitting there like, with the chicken in my mouth, chewing thoughtfully, walking into walls now. But it's fine, y'all didn't see that. Chop these bitches in half. Let's go. More? Nunes is good, baby. Mo? No?
Do you choose to leave now or
come on.
Very impressive, Tenno. You held them all back. Time to get out of here.
Bam, bam, bam. He doesn't like Genshin? He won't even try? How does he know he doesn't like it then if he won't even try it? How does he know? I was only doing 5% of the damage. Thank god I left. To be fair, this bitch is not built for damage. He's only built for farm. For farm materials. Let's see. Let's put another weapon on. What do I need for these bad boys? I'm missing something. I need... Oh, right. It's the teeth. Ugh. Introduce him to Amber? From Genshin? Guaranteed success. Can't resist the cute bunny girl. Oh, these only take an hour to build? She cute as heck and she pew pew. I mean, she do. I just want to check. See if I have fish. Where would it be under if I did happen to have fish in my pocket? Where do we keep fish? Under miscellaneous? Oh, we do! What was it called? Shark? There's Trollocs.
Ordis has been counting stars, operator. All accounted for.
I do have. I don't know if I have enough though. I don't know how many. I really like these ones. He wants to make a good impression. Oh no. Someone read me a bedtime story, please. Jargon, you're up. Woo!
Once upon a time a guy bench pressed the world and everyone died. The end.
No! I can't believe you've done this. Oh man. Amber's best meme girl. Yeah? Very short story. Why aren't you asleep though? You should be asleep. Yeah, I'm still alive, lady. What do you mean?
Allow me to help.
How many teeths do you get for one? Because I don't think the size of the thing matters. Ah, shit. Let's do one for now and see. I only get one. That means I'd have to farm these a little bit. This is a problem for another day, methinks. Because, unfortunately, my power is going to go out in about 15 minutes. So, you know what I'm saying? Why do I come here? Because you love us. You love us. You can't stay away. How rude. They don't even have any on sale. Not that it's worth buying. Old potatoes? I hope that's not a real person.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. Thank you. I take sip sip. Thank you. Sambat.
I can groom for aesthetics. The business is dedicated to saving animals. Be well.
No new ones, right? Nope. What else you got, homie? I'm good. This also needs shark teeth. That's nonsense. Anyway, this is fine. That's the kitty cat skin that I have. It's very pretty. Very cute, baby. Look at them feet. Give scritches? I want to give scritches. I can't scritch this one. This game, too much of a grind for me? Yeah, I mean, it's an MMO after all. They are definitely a grind. To scam? To scam, too much grind for me. Words are hard. Words are big suck. Hey, Cupcake. Alright, well, you know what? We did the thing. I think we are currently building all the parts for the void rig, so that'll be done tomorrow. Jargon! I'm not even reading that out loud. I refuse to acknowledge that message. I hope that gets lost in the abyss and we never speak of it again. You've been up since 3:35? I wasn't fighting with you. I wasn't teasing you. I was simply stating. So yeah, I think we've got enough stuff building for the moment. Can we ban you? Mission accomplished. Skill issue? What, waking up early is a skill issue? Is going to sleep early a skill issue too? Or is it going to sleep late is the skill issue? You're on Jargon's side? Oh my god. Nay, bro, I'm not reading that out loud.
Excuse me.
Squishy whoop! Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the posse. Skill issue, Cupcake. You got skill issue, buddy. You good. You good. How you doing, Squishy? Yum, 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 yum. Going to bed at all is a skill issue. Wow! Because sleep is for the weak? I see.
Operator, I've run diagnostic regressions. All systems nominal. You
Bless
don't need
you.
to thank me.
Thank you, Otis. I didn't need to thank you, but I did it anyway. Alright, guys, I think I'm gonna exit the game. I am going to get ready to find someone to raid, because we will be ending soon. Oh, I had a tab open somewhere. I don't know where it was, but it was open. I think I'll pop some music back on. Is it video paused? Oh hell no. Where are we? Whoop! Hi Whoop! Very enthusiastic entrance there. I hope you're doing well. Let us see, let us see. This is a very cute song. Very whip whip. Ooh. I found a bean. This very precious bean. One of the most lovely beans. She's playing Dead by These Knives. Dead by Daylight. With some fronds by the looks of it. So let's set up the raid. Sorry for those of you who just joined. When are you playing DBD? In your fucking dreams? Never. Anyway. We're going to Gamma. Gamma. Gati. Iti. Yeah. She's wonderful. She's very entertaining. She's very funny. She's very sweet. She gives kisses. And trauma of some kind. But like in a good way. Alright guys. Let's head off. One day? Never. Never. It's not happening. Anyway. You guys know the drill. Take all the love in your hearts. Squish it into the raid message. Let's play Dead by Daylight. Let's not. Let's not. Let's copy this message. We're gonna go to Gamma. With all the love in our hearts. We're gonna go give Gamma our love instead. You guys can go watch Gamma play. Not again? What, because I'm going? And yet you'll play Puppy Playtime? Yeah. I will. I will play it again sometime. You missed stream? It's fine. It's okay. I'll be back. Tomorrow, probably. Question mark. You were joined for DVD? Well, you guys can play. There we go. You guys are sorted. You don't need me. Alright, be good everyone. Go stretch your legs. Ah, you should save. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the posse. And yeah, thank you for all your help as well today. It was really nice of you to give me some advice. I appreciate it. But yes, be good everyone. Go stretch your legs. Go drink something. Go rest. Go do whatever you need to do. I'm gonna go sit in the dark for 2 hours. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.